Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Monika Richardson i witam serdecznie wszystkich gości 11. Europejskiego Kongresu Finansowego stacjonarnego w Sopocie w gościnnych wnętrzach hotelu Sheraton. Nie sądziłam, że to powiem, ale jestem naprawdę niezwykle szczęśliwa, że wszystkich Państwa widzę i to w dodatku w realu. Jak mawiają Krzysztof Bielecki, Europejski Kongres Finansowy nigdy nie śpi. Na czas pandemii przenieśliśmy się do online, do wersji hybrydowej,
to the hybrid version of the Congress, which took place. It's great satisfaction that I can welcome you all here in real and see that you are healthy and happy here in Sopot.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I'm really very happy to give you all a warm welcome at the 11th European Financial Congress. Very happy to see you all in good health and in person after a couple of years of hard times when we had to meet online. For those of you who will need it, the language of the Congress is Polish. Please pick up your headphones for simultaneous translation provided during the whole Congress. It's traditionally channel 1 for Polish, channel 2 for English. Those of you who haven't done so yet, it's the last opportunity. You can pick them up at the both entrances to the Columbus Hall. Proszę Państwa, język kongresu to język polski. Gdyby chcieli Państwo skorzystać ze słuchawek, z tłumaczenia symultanicznego, które oczywiście mamy dla Państwa przygotowane przez cały czas trwania kongresu, zachęcam do pobrania słuchawek przy wejściu do wszystkich sal. Symultaniczne tłumaczenie już działa. Kanał pierwszy, język polski, kanał drugi, język angielski. Proszę Państwa, hasło tegorocznego kongresu to finanse w odmienionej rzeczywistości. Patronat honorowy sprawuje Polski Fundusz Rozwoju i Ambasada Brytyjska w Warszawie. Organizatorem kongresu jest Centrum Myśli Strategicznej, a partnerem głównym jest
PKO Polish Bank. The main media partner of the Congress are Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, Polish Press Agency and Bankier.pl. Once again, I want to tell you that I'm very happy that the European Financial Congress is coming back to its standard form, but please remember that in June and in October 2020 and in June 2021, the Congress was organized online and in a hybrid form. But also from March 2020, the European Financial Congress had its quarter, 15 minutes, and there have been 50 meetings like that. And today's comeback to the reality will begin with the special edition of the quarter of an hour on the stage. Before I invite the participant of this quarter of an hour, please remember that we are all fully vaccinated, but still we need to be cautious. We need to tell you what are the rules of our safety. Please keep distance, cover your face and nose with your mask, wash your hands, and should you feel worse, please let us know.
Proszę Państwa, zapraszam teraz jeszcze przed oficjalnym otwarciem kongresu na kwadrans Jego gośćmi będą
It will be a dialogue between Zbigniew Jagiełło and Sławomir Sikora, but just to tell you, Zbigniew Jagiełło is a member of the Supervisory Board Polski Standard Płatności and Sławomir Sikora, CEO in City Handlowy in Warsaw Bank.
Czy mogę Panów poprosić?
May I ask you now to the stage, please?
Proszę się usadzić.
Please take your seats, and during this session we may ask questions with Slido via your smartphones. Just on the internet, enter slido.com and EKF, and we will be giving this screen during the conference so that you know how it works. Over to you, gentlemen. Well, we decided that I will begin, mainly because the pictures were misleading. I had Bird and Jagiełło, the CEO, didn't have Bird. So those of you who never met Prezes Jagiełło, the CEO, here is the CEO Jagiełło with a bird, which Monica presented. And just like we had in our good tradition of the quarter of an hour with EFC, we used to have a very subtle beginning, no Hitchcock really. In the beginning, we had easy questions, and afterwards, it went up in difficulty. So we begin with a question which is very interesting to me, mainly. The answer is interesting to me. I wonder what Jagiełło will say about it. What is life after life? Apart from that you grow your bird. Well, we have a new life now, and the bird is a proof, an evidence that life may be different. When I see people who don't know me and they smile to me and they say, oh, I look in an interesting way, well, so this is what my other part of life now looks. Today is the 13th of September. On June the 7th, I went to my bank for the last time in PKO Bank Polski. And today, I can tell you that when I look back of the previous years, I don't miss the letters which I would receive from a variety of authorities, UOKiK, BEPEP, and each day I used to receive one letter, two letters, where the authorities from different institutions would demanded me to explain something, to present something, and I think that, well, I released 30, maybe 40% of my time for something more creative, which I'm very happy to do. And apart from this announcement on the Polski Standard Płatności, which is BLIK, I am one of the fathers of BLIK, and together with the CEO, Prezes Marek Mazurkiewicz, will do something really interesting in the next 2, maybe 4 years. It will be a Polish pride. So we will be proud of Polish modern financial services. I hope that next year we'll go outside Poland. I could keep on talking about it, really. But when we were talking just before the stage, I asked you, and you shrinked, you didn't want to talk about the past. But dear colleague, 30 years is gone, just as one day. 30 years ago, when you started to work in the finance sector, have you ever thought that this will be how you will end up with? Well, it's a good question. I meant life after being a CEO, but you are now asking me about my professional career. I have to confess that those who remember me from the university years, you would say that I wanted to work in a bank, which came true, but the fact that I will be working in a global bank, that I will be the long-working CEO in June this year when I left my position, well, I've never imagined that before. And now this comment comes to me. It's quite similar to yours. I have more time now for things which I would say exceeded today's perspective. What I remember from the operational management, well, each manager has it. Well, the current issues, they take a lot of your time. The internet, media, smartphones, they brought along acceleration, and a lot is happening during a day. And all of us, we have become traders. I remember when I would come to a city handlowy bank, would say that for a trader, the day, it's like eternity, that 1 hour, it's a long time, and 1 minute, it will be calculated into 60 seconds, and each of the second has its meaning. And I hope that after these 18 years, most of us, via social media or how the communication now is going on, we have become mental traders. Everything which is now and here is what counts most, but I have to tell you that quitting this role gave me time for reflection over my 30 years in profession. But I got rid of this pressure that I have to respond to everything what life brings along today. So if both of us, if we have this opportunity for reflection, then let us think for a while on things which we left behind us. Tell me, what you're most proud of, what you brought to PKO Bank Polski. It's obvious, well, to me it's obvious that people are most important, and I have found these people in the bank and outside the bank. We managed to have a great team. And this team, it created things which I'm proud of. Maybe it will sound pompous, but IKO application will survive. It will make a history of PKO. I had this privilege and honor that we celebrated 100-year anniversary of the bank. We followed the history of the bank across this 100 years. From we got involved in construction of port in Gdynia and school saving bank. So I believe that IKO will become an icon of the 21st century. And people will remember that we have created this great solution on something which did not exist for previous 100 years, smartphones. You said about smartphones, and I use this example quite happily because it's our privilege, all of us. We live in interesting, changing worlds. In 100 years, our children will say that in the beginning of the 21st century, we had rapid change in technology, which dramatically changed the life of people and structure of business. And this rapid change took 40 years, our entire mature life. So 40 years of our professional career, it's a lot of time. And this 40 years has changed everything we do. And when I asked you about this 30 years, it was a reason for that. There was a reason for that, because when you began, do you remember the interest rates in the beginning of your professional career? Well, I began in the Ministry of Finance in 1989, and those who remember 1989 and January 1990, if I remember well, monthly interest rate was 36%. Maybe here in this room are people who remember it even better than I do. The inflation was like 800, and today's environment of zero interest rate, to me, it's a completely new experience. And once we talk about it, just tell me, what do you think about it? The interest rates will not stay with us forever at the zero level. So maybe it's worthwhile to think, maybe it will come with questions which we will receive from the room, but maybe it's time now to think how we will behave in the changed interest rates, and they may only grow. So how the Polish banking sector and finance sector will now repeat the Swiss franc experience. Well, mortgage rate of 25 for 25 and 30 year is not a commercial product anymore, because no financial institution I know is capable to make any provision to safeguard the interest rates for this 25 or 30 years. They cannot possibly do that. Also, in changes of the rights of the consumers, people who take the mortgage loans, and that's why there will be even more issues compared to what we have now with the Swiss francs.
We have people from various governmental agencies here, and I had this strange correspondence about it, and this is a rhetorical question. So what will happen in the loan contracts that we have, is everything okay with them? Are the commas and dots where they should be, decimal points and disclaimers? Should there be one disclaimer? Do you have to repeat it 3 times, or do you have to record it on a permanent medium, what the customer says and what they state? So that is a rhetorical question, because so that I'm not asked if I know anything about it, because I don't. But this is what I'm warning you about something that can happen in the future, that interest rates will come back to the levels that they were at where you were young. Where you were young or when I was young, because I still feel young. I got to say, so nothing has changed in that respect. Interest rates, a very important topic, because among many pleasant topics that we address, this specific one is of specific interest to me, because it fits in with this long-term objective that I have had next to business objectives that I've been achieving in the bank. So bringing in the globalization for Polish businesses, Polish companies, through participating with the City Group, and also to Polish retail customers who traveled around the world with the City credit card. And this is the most acceptable card around the world. And I was really interested in financial education. I believe that educated societies are better off, families are better off, and they manage their finance better. So what is happening today with interest rates, that they are definitely much lower than mid-term inflation rates, it means that sooner or later the rates will go up. And the thing is for it not to be a surprise for anyone, for the customers, for the regulators, and for the banks, so that we don't have a repeat of the old scenario where we read our contracts clearly, long-term, that whether the variable rate was described properly. This is a main subject for everyone who has savings. There are not so many people who have savings. Most people in Poland don't save up, but for those who do have savings, especially those who have retirement savings, this will be a very important topic. An increase in interest rates will probably mean a re-estimation of their assets, which are there to secure their future. So this is a serious matter, not a joke, a laughing matter. It needs to be debated in advance. But our Congress is not just these 15 minutes that we have are not just about serious topics. Let me go back to what we discussed before going on stage. Prime Minister Bielecki always used to ask, what book have you read recently? Zbyszek, if you have more time now, please share with us, with the audience here, what interesting book have you read recently? Well, I have the same amount of time, I just use it differently. As I said, I don't write to various ministries, governmental agencies. Recently, I haven't been reading books, I've been listening to them. And because in real life I'm dealing with serious matters, not just related to banking, but also to what I have grown out of, about what people who are just graduating can do. I graduated from the Wrocław University of Technology, and have always been interested in the world. I had this creative curiosity from technology through how the economy works and finance. And it's clear that you should graduate from as good a university as possible to meet interesting teachers, friends, because this environment is very important. I'm happy to be here at the Congress because we have probably the biggest concentration of creative and emotional intelligence here in all of Poland. So I'm very happy to be able to be here. Coming coming back to what we can recommend to fresh graduates, they should grow, keep growing. It's not that our learning period has finished. They need to be creative and engaged, and whether they are artists or engineers or managers, that is a matter of how well they find themselves in it. It's always a good idea to do what you like and love, because then time passes differently. And secondly, if you do what you like, you need to be paid well for it. If you don't do one, it's difficult to get the second one. The second thing, I think it doesn't change whether we are talking about the baby boomers or millennials or other age groups. Coming back to books, in my free time, I mainly listen to books in my car. Sławek also warned me not to say where's the second place where I listen to audiobooks. May I? Yes, I warned. Yeah, well, in the sauna. That's where I listen to audiobooks, because this could mean that I am like this consumer who is he is wallowing in his in the money, but this expense is a couple hundred zlotys of spending to build sauna. Of course, I write. Mystery novels are great. I love the Tri-City area of Gdańsk and Sopot. And Wrocław has Marek Krajewski, a great mystery novel writer who describes various interesting phenomena. Probably you read more philosophical or intellectual books. Please tell us. I do read Krajewski as well, although he's taking me into the dark areas of human nature and psyche. The Wrocław-based stories by Krajewski are really dark. So I stopped working in my job, in my profession, so I no longer deal with dark matters. Now, as for books, I do read a lot, and more these days than before, and I read on paper. Books, printed matter. This is what works best for me. When I don't carry business documents with me, I started carrying printed books with me. I apologize for interrupting, but looking at Mr. Bielecki, he came up with this idea of book reading. I think we should introduce this new tradition at EFC. I think there should be a recommendation of one book per year, and that would be the book that the former Prime Minister has read. Well, I may surprise you here, but I have recently come back to Marcus Aurelius's thoughts, because I think philosophically to be or to have is also important. That question is important also today, these days, and going out of this active management of the financial sector, where to have assets is the key, and for these assets to have any value, it's also important to think about what it means to be. And this is not easy these days, and I recommend it to fresh graduates. And I agree with you that you should work where your job gives you satisfaction. Looking at what I have learned while reading studies and research about it in a mature age, and I think that students can be considered of a mature age, we need to have to remember that the majority of what we know is what we learn ourselves. So the formal education, our teachers, our peers, that is in a minority of what we learn. We have to learn the biggest chunk of what we know ourselves. So the first piece of advice is to learn how to learn at university, while at university. Questions about negative interest rates. I think that in Poland we won't have them. We won't have negative interest rates, realistically speaking. Well, realistically speaking, they are here already. Yeah, we are talking nominal negative interest rates, as I understand it. So we won't have them. But I think that 0 or close to 0% interest rates are not possible to maintain. There's the pandemic, there are many other factors that we could discuss, but interest rates are coming back. And I think that within a year, we are going to see a change in interest rates, perhaps not a major one, but towards in the up direction rather than in the negative, in the down direction. There's an interesting question from Grzegorz. The most difficult, the worst moment in your CEO career. Right, that's all about timing. This is what we learn. I don't think that there is ever a situation where things are the worst. Yeah, well, today it's the worst, but tomorrow it can be even worse. Or what today is good can be even better tomorrow. Definitely, when you have a different story. When I was leaving my job, that was a difficult point for me, but it was compensated because I had a farewell on the 7th of June, and I decided that the second time I would be given such a farewell would be at my funeral. So it was a great thing to have it before that. But as for the most difficult time in my career, I think Monday in September 2008. I know we have just 2 minutes left. That was the big financial crisis, financial crunch. We knew even on the weekend that things were getting very serious in the US. And I think I can say now, because 13 years have gone by, early, first thing in the morning on Monday, in the face of the global financial crisis, I decided to call the Financial Supervision Authority, and no one picked up. And to me, it was an issue. And I think that maybe it was all for the better. I think that what we need a system where the commercial sector could also, in a shared interest, have this emergency information supply, because banks get information from various markets, Poland and worldwide, and I think that the decision makers in Poland could find it of importance and of worth. I think it was probably one of the most difficult moments in my career. It's been now 20 years since the World Trade Center attacks. When you mentioned the KNF, sorry, the Financial Supervision Authority story, I remember I was the head of Pioneer, the investment fund management company in Poland, and for practical reasons we couldn't have a valuation because stock exchanges were closed down. We could base the valuation mark to market historically. In the then regulations there was no provision for that. And there was we suggested that we won't do this valuation, and what did the authority do? They did the same, historically speaking. They said it wasn't their problem. They said it's up to us. If there are any problems, we will have to solve them. It's important what you have said, because we have the Deputy Vice President of the Financial Supervision Authority, and I have been complaining about communications here. I have this issue all the time, that authorities never understand that life is always ahead of regulations, and it's not bad for life, right? It's just normal. But on the other side, there's this claim that this is a bad thing, that authorities think that it's a bad thing that life is ahead of regulations. Could you summarize our discussion optimistically? Right. Optimistically speaking, I'm very happy that the European European Financial Congress is happening in person. So this is the victory of the human nature. We no longer want to meet online or on Zoom. Thank you very much to the organizers for making this meeting possible. And Zbyszek introduced this thought right towards the end. And I would also like to say that my farewell in June, it was the way it looked for me. It was a stage in a 3-year succession program. So I hope that this is going to be introduced in Polish corporations, that successors will be planned and prepared in advance. That's what happened with me. The farewell was a great ceremony. I don't know if there is going to be a celebration like that for me, apart from the end of my life. So once again, thank you very much to the organizers of the Congress. Right, you can see, yeah, they were still in this mind frame. Thank you very much to the organizers for having us. Zbyszek, a pleasure to talk with you as always, and we will definitely have an opportunity to talk afterwards. Thank you very much. Stay with us. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I think I heard that the CEO is a lifelong position, and so there've been a lot of thoughts that have been put. Leszek Pawłowicz, the co-initiator of the Congress, is now entering the stage, and there is a live happening ahead of us. I think that the professor is holding the scales of the scarves, the EFC scarves that he's holding now. Not 100% silk. Not everyone can get one. And you are now invited to the Responsible Finance Council at the European Financial Congress. And these are your nominations. So all the best in your new positions. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Mr. Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, the president of the Congress's program board. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought that I would give a longer speech, which would show you my universal capabilities. But after the introduction from my younger colleagues, who were able to provide us with a a wonderful spectacle, a wonderful performance with very interesting observations and a fantastic sense of humor, I think I will just move on to the housekeeping. I think that our colleagues, those of you our colleagues will be here showing their best and to show that the Congress is always alive and never sleeps. Let me begin with words of gratitude. I should first introduce all the celebrated guests here, but in this situation, like we just heard just a moment ago, I would like to thank everyone, all those who have believed that this idea of ours is not a one-off thing, is not about a better or worse Congress. It is about agreeing on something within a finance community, an agreement to have a Congress that never sleeps, a think tank that addresses finance matters. And it not only never sleeps, but it can also take up all the important matters that come up for this community. And I would like to say that even during the pandemic, we managed not only to survive, but even intensify our work, like you've heard from Monica.
As we now live in times of modernity, I'm soon going to be using images to bring those facts to your kind memory and interest. So anyway, it's not just surviving, but also thanks to you, we've been able to become more active, because we were able to organize an event like this one, like a quarter-of-a-minute meeting. There was so much interest in this from everyone online, and so we were also able to go into hybrid solutions, which helps us to comply with all the rules, but we were able to continue our conversations about things regarding the security of the financial sector. And at the same time, this is really important, so much so that I even wanted to make it my starting point. So what I want to say is that as a community, we have to think about young people, not just as young as the two guys speaking before me, but even younger than them, like students. And we are really proud because we've had the EKF Academy for a few years now, where we invite young people, they present, they speak, and they write essays on topics of interest to them, of importance to them. And they keep this meeting alive, have been doing this since morning. So that way we know that it's not an event designed for people that have a specific level of, I don't know, brighter hair or wearing beards, but in fact, this is an intergenerational event. And so, Michał, would you like to show my slides, please? They're there. So now I'm going to show you proof of the fact that we never sleep. Instead, we keep working and keep growing. Right, so we have these conversations, a quarter of an hour. So the bullet point there. And as Monica said, there were 51 conversations with more than 100 visitors. And hundreds, I would even venture to say that it's been thousands of followers. As you know, macroeconomic challenges and forecasts is something we've been working on since 2018. We publish these twice a year. And I think now this must be the 7th edition that we presented in June. And on Wednesday, when we will have our macroeconomic table, we will get the most up-to-date macroeconomic forecasts and scenarios and the risks and opportunities map for the sector. Next slide, please. So the Congress is active not only here in Poland, but because we work with a number of experts, must be around 500 experts, all in all. That's why EFC was able to speak in more than 50 international consultations. Those consultations are usually announced by the European Commission, but also the European Banking Authority or the Financial Stability Board and other European institutions. Our recommendations often apply to things such as improvements to how the economy works, better governance, and up until now we've been able to present nearly 100 recommendations, and there are more to come, and we will be announcing them at this Congress. And finally, we have another slide to show the publications we do. And I'm really delighted to say my colleagues before me wanted to talk about books, and perhaps Monica can show it to you. No, you don't need to, because you are now acting a bit like, I mean, a book shower of sorts. All right. So what we have is something really surprising. It's surprising not just for my colleagues here, but now as part of the Congress, we will be publishing a book by Professor Dan Breznic, and I think FT probably picked it as one of the top 15 most interesting books. And now with the help of the university and Oxford Press, we've been able to translate that into Polish, so we now have a Polish edition. And you will soon be able to see the author live. So, gentlemen, if you're looking for something to read, here it is. We're here for you with this publication. But this is not the only interesting example of a publication by EFC. We also have this book, Green Finances in Poland, 2021, a joint effort with Global Compact. We also have essays written by members of our academy. And can I just say thank you very much to them. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for your contributions. We love your essays. A big thank you to Janusz Lewandowski. Today he moderated a very interesting conversation with you here. Yes, and it's up to them as to how Poland and Europe are going to change. And finally, threats as a result of excessive public debt and growing public debt. This is something we developed together with the Institute for Responsible Finances and the Friendly Country Foundation. We also have plans for the rest of this year. Dr. Marek Lusztyn, Polish Banking versus COVID-19, post-COVID, post-crisis lessons, a perspective from the sector. I think we have one more slide to finish with. There it is. So this gives you more proof of what we do in my series of announcements, because the European Financial Congress, the EFC, is not just the meeting today or the quarter of an hour meeting we've just had, but it's conferences and congresses, specialist congresses. So things such as risk management or something you're familiar with, which is congresses of corporate banking or retail banking congresses and consumer finance events. So we don't go to sleep, and we are doing pretty well. We're quite fit. And now with the new regulations, and thanks to you being so disciplined, we've been able to attract 1,000 participants. We find this incredibly important and such a joyous thing as well, because what this means is that people really want to meet, people believe it makes sense to meet, and that they also believe that meeting at a congress in Sopot is also worthwhile. So please remember, with us we have members of the EFC Academy, we have students from schools of economics from across Poland, but we also have Polish students studying abroad. and they are very active co-creators or the EFC, and they are definitely the co-hosts. And this year they are working on 3 topics. The first debate is what would we change in Poland and Europe. Number 2, challenges facing economic education. And number 3, they are planning to do an Oxford debate, although we actually prefer to call it Oxford-Sopot debate, just because we've made some corrections, some changes to the style that's known for London students. So this year's debate will be titled "Poland is never going to be among the top 10 most innovative countries of the world." And just as a reminder, the title in an Oxford debate always has to include a negative in it. So I hope that the other group is going to prove successfully that it's not true as a thesis, as a claim. So I think I've now managed to do all the announcements. I've read it all. Thank you very much to everyone again. Thank you to our distinguished guests and participants and the young people. I think we can now move on and ask Monika to pick up from here. Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister, for the official opening of the 11th European Financial Congress. Well, I'm a little bit alarmed. I can see the time discipline being slightly loosened, quite unlike the Prime Minister. So, the EFS is Sopot. Sopot has been with the Congress from the very beginning, and we feel distinguished because today with us we have Magdalena Czerzyńska-Jachim, who is Deputy Mayor for Sopot. If you could join me here on stage, please. Good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to welcome you to Sopot, which is a spa town celebrating its 120 years this year. So I'm really happy to have you here personally, and the meeting is not on Zoom or Teams or what have you, but it's just a normal, friendly meeting. The time of the pandemic and the lockdown for you and for a town like Sopot, that was such a sad time because visitors and guests are part of our DNA. So can I just say it again? I'm so happy to see tourists returning and business visitors returning. You are all welcome. Yes, but we are also happy to see other guests as well, because we have people from Belarus, the men and women of Belarusia, who are building their second homes here, even though we still don't have systemic solutions or support. But we're also ready to welcome people from Afghanistan, refugees who are now staying at camps. We're happy to have them as guests and residents. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so many challenges ahead of us. With the pandemic, we found ourselves in a different reality. And you can see it when you read the titles of the panels, the discussions and meetings you are going to have throughout the European Financial Congress. Just 2 things I want to mention that are important for Sopot, but perhaps not just for Sopot. Number 1, because we are now celebrating our 120th anniversary, but the main thing is to build a good infrastructure for a resort, for a spa. But we also have to change the way rehabilitation and prophylaxis are funded. Unless we do that, then the healthcare service is not going to carry the burden, and they won't be able to help people look after their health. And number 2 is public services that are underinvested. They don't tap into innovation, and they are so important. And we could see it firsthand during the pandemic. Unless we change the financing, unless we change the way we think about social policies, and unless we see them as an investment, not a cost, things are going to get really tough. And I'm sure All these challenges, of which there are so many, they can be solved only by working together between the sectors, involving the government, local government, and business, banking, and the social sector. That's why I'm really happy, because this is a think tank that never goes to sleep, as the Prime Minister nicely put it. And I'm happy to have you here in Sopot, because we can have an interesting conversation about these problems. So enjoy your stay here in Sopot. Thank you. Well, with us we have the Minister of Finance, Funds and Regional Policies. That's Mr. Kościński. We're going to hook up with him online. Ministers, can we hear? Are you? Yes, and you can hear us as well. So over to you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland, up until now, has been affected mildly by the crisis. Our last year's recession was one of the shallowest in the EU. We have pretty good indicators, and the forecasts are even better. According to the most recent estimates by Statistics Poland, GDP in Q2 of this year was 11% higher compared to last year. We've also increased our projections. In the draft budget for 2022, we assumed an increase of the GDP by 4.9% this year and 4.6% next year. So we have good results when it comes to production, sold exports, and the labor market, but equally so regarding tax revenue. In July, our surplus in the budget is more than 35 billion zlotys. These good results wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the government's anti-crisis support. At this point, I want to stress again, because I'm afraid not everyone understands this, and there are accusations of unclear public finances, of skyrocketing public debts. But it's that support that was provided to business that helped with the current situation. And you can see that it made sense when you look at the economic data. Yes, the anti-crisis help has translated into the level of our debt, but Eurostat data show that many European countries embarked on the same road. What is more, Poland, compared to them, is doing really very well. And the European Commission was okay with this. The debt of Poland's central and local governments towards the end of the first quarter this year was 59.1% of the GDP, compared to the EU average at 92.9%. Things were even worse for the Eurozone, where debt exceeded 100%. An even increase in public debt in 2020, a year of the crisis, was lower in Poland compared to the EU average, and Poland is one of the EU's 13 countries that meet the so-called Maastricht criteria. The relation of public debt to the GDP is going to gradually drop over the years to come, because naturally the pandemic expenditure will be phased out and our economy will be developing dynamically. In addition, to strengthen the fiscal rules in the years to come, the stability spending rule has now been expanded and includes earmarked funds, including the Solidarity Fund. The President signed a revised Public Finance Act, and in that new revised act, we said that in our draft budget 2022, we are going to follow the single EU methodology. So we forecast that the deficit of the entire public finance sector, according to EU methodology, next year will be at 2.8% of the GDP, which is below the EU threshold. The pandemic has changed how we approach the fiscal policy, and how this should be shaped in the years to come was the topic of our most recent discussion of the Economic Forum in Karpacz. to fully come back to normality in the fiscal policy, that's not likely to happen until we go back to our GDP trends from before COVID-19. We have to be careful and not overheat the economy, but also send a signal to the private sector that we want to support fiscal support and direct the money on investments, first of all. Poland is trying to accelerate the discussion across the EU about the EU fiscal rules. From where we're standing today, I can see two possible stages of how that fiscal rule should be changing in the EU. Number one, the question is, what do we want to go back to in 2023? And then it's time to think about general fiscal framework and how it really meets the macroeconomic reality that we're dealing with. And we should also think more comprehensively. There is more and more research that suggests that in-depth changes are necessary. International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, or the OECD are changing the narrative now. Poland is also trying to exclude defense spending within the EU rules. And there are many changes in the EU. I mean, that there is military spending, but at the end of the day, we all take advantage of the common good, which is security in the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic is a time of intense and in-depth changes to the world economy. This is Poland's opportunity to bounce back and improve our position internationally. The Polish order will be very helpful with that. Apart from historic changes that will introduce systemic justice, there will be other changes that will make Polish companies more innovative. So this is going to improve Poland's competitive position in the world.
Polish deal, this is the response to the economy which is changing globally. It's an opportunity for a dynamic development of the country and for more justice in the division of fruits of our economic success. Let's take this opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Minister Tadeusz Kościński, Minister of Finance, Funds and Regional Policy. Thank you for taking part in this Congress. Now we have with us Paweł Borys, President of the Management Board of the Polish Development Fund. May you up to the stage, please? Some welcome words. Hello, everybody. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this year's European Financial Congress. I'm so happy to be able to meet you in a direct contact. Taking this opportunity and having listened to the previous meeting of two CEOs in the Citibank and PKO Bank Polski, I want to express now huge respect to the work of both gentlemen. You have contributed a lot to development, stability, and modernity of the Polish banking sector. And also, referring to the subject of these books, I just want to add one as potential list of recommendation. It's a book, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. Maybe some of you have read it, by Daniel Kahneman, about some traps in daily thinking, also in economy. And in this book, we can read about so-called gorilla tests. Well, the test goes like that. Two groups of people, they are to count balls and goals of two matches. And then in the middle of the match, someone dressed as gorilla runs into the field. And the vast majority of the participants in this experiment, they don't notice the gorilla because they are fully 100% focused on the basic job. I'm telling about it as it's an interesting experiment which shows how often we focus way too much on perceiving current phenomena, sometimes losing important trends and events which have impact on us or on the economy. And in my very brief speech, I would like to wonder whether we have not noticed a gorilla in the state of Polish and world's economy. To begin with, I want to refer to a summary of anti-crisis actions in Poland because of the institution that I represent, which was heavily involved in these activities. And after that, I will say some words about our forecasts for economy for the next years to come, and also briefly say about most important challenges that we see in the economy environment. As for the anti-crisis activities in Poland, as you may know, in February, March previous year, we faced the biggest challenges for decades. It was about pandemic, and the huge major challenge then in responding to the crisis was lack of automized legal instruments and economic instruments which you could take to counteract the crisis. Many countries, such as France, Germany, or the US, they have implemented institutions of the labor market which allow them to respond automatically on crisis by extra funds sent to jobs or payments of furlough. But we in Poland, we have implemented such solutions in Poland by special law, so-called COVID law, and the scale of response was really significant as the value of the activities was over 200 billion zloty. The main instruments covered support to the labor market by furlough, or shortened working hours, which is, and also the social benefits did not have to be paid, and also directly the government paid out subsidies under the so-called COVID shield from the Polish Development Fund. Now, looking at the results in economy, which Minister Kościński also covered in his speech, these activities were adequate to the scale of the challenge, and I believe they brought along very good result. The scale of support was some 9% of Polish GDP, and it's 1 or 2 percentage points higher than average in the EU. While the recession in Poland, well, and the condition of the labor market, well, the results are really significantly better compared to other member states. What I also want to say now, taking this opportunity of this Congress, I believe we should really calmly, maybe in the perspective of the next year, maybe 2 years, let us make an overview of all the legal instruments which have been used to counteract the results of pandemic, because we should safeguard, provide for automatic and ready instruments that they are there at hand whenever the crisis like that would come back. What I mean to say here is that we should be having labor market instruments and financial support, and they should be ready and available in the Polish legal system. Now, talking about the forecast or perspectives for economy, I just want to highlight several atypical phenomena which took place in the present crisis, which made it different from what we had before during previous crises. Well, first of all, the so-called consumer behaved completely differently, so consumers' expenditures and investments also were different. Well, the consumption during different types of crisis was something which was stabilizing the economy. This time it did not happen. And we saw that systematically for 6 quarters now, the consumption is lagging behind GDP, while the world trade returned to the levels from before the pandemic, and it was what stabilized the economy, specifically trade of industrial goods. As services, well, the trade exchange is like 10% lower compared to the level before pandemic. Limitation or reduction of consumer expenditure resulted in the fact that during the last 6 quarters, we have had unprecedented additional savings in the world economy, assessed at 6, maybe 7% of the global GDP. On the one hand, it's good, because people kept saying that the consumers have to reduce their indebtedness. However, it's a challenge also for stabilization of the economy, and questions also what the savings will be spent on in the future, as this kind of excess surplus may have dramatic impact on the housing market by having bubbles, speculation bubbles, and the real estate market maybe this may become this gorilla, or this aspect which will evoke more turbulences in the economy. And also we see pretty clearly in Poland and also in other countries that we have a 3-speed economy. We have sectors which from the very beginning were doing very well, like IT, and it may be even overheated. We have sectors which are doing pretty well, and also we have sectors in economy like aviation globally or tourism, which suffered a lot because of the pandemic. The level of different levels of vaccination, the vaccination rate in the world means that we will have very different levels of economy speeding up in the US, in Europe or China, compared to countries in Africa, for example. So here again, we will be having different speeds. But from the perspective of Polish economy, we may safely say that the growth rate above 5% GDP, with a visible improvement of the public finances, with all the threats about coming from inflation, which are yet another argument to withdraw this huge intervention of state which materialized during the crisis. Having in mind all these perspectives, we need to remember that the present forecast of the International Monetary Fund or analysts on the fiscal market, we will see that they say that we will be having growing risks in 2023, and we might be afraid of the second round. So let's get ready to possible higher risks of weakening economy in the next 2-3 years, which is why I said that it's worthwhile to use this time to have the insight into the anti-crisis instruments in Poland, and also to take care for kind of a balance of the monetary policy, fiscal policy, to be able to strengthen the situation. Concluding, some sentences on the main challenges about mega trends in the Poland's economy. The energy transition, we will need to invest some 300 billion zloty for the energy transition in the next decade. On the one hand, it's a great opportunity, and also it's a huge challenge. The digital transition, worsening demography. Many countries in the Eurozone and the US, they have very high debt, and also in the context of this European Financial Congress, we have this gray zone with cryptocurrencies. Well, these are the challenges which we should get ready to. And I also want to highlight one aspect, which is the labor market. People now tend to believe that we have not sufficient workers on the labor market. I'm afraid the situation is not like that. It seems that on the labor market, the resources are significant, but they need to be activated. But on the other hand, the success of the Polish economy and the response to this question, whether we'll be among the 10 of the most innovative economies in the world, is in the following question: whether we should be able to adapt the skills available on the labor market to the challenges of the economy of the 21st century. In other words, the foundation for the long-term perspective is education. And talking about reskilling, increasing skills of people active on the labor market, and also people who are entering the labor market. We have many people in administration in some sectors, and they will now, and these sectors are now being under change. So here, I believe we have huge possibility to improve productivity in the economy. In other words, we have now ahead of us good 2 years. So it's important to strengthen the foundation of the Polish economy without losing from the sight major changes which are looming there on the horizon, focusing on the energy transition, education, digitalization, and let us hope that we will not that such a major crisis will not happen again. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful meetings and debates during the Congress. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paweł Borys. Now we have, again, speaker from Paris. We have Jean Lumière, chairman of the board of directors of BNP Paribas Group. And if anyone would need translation,
not statement by Mr. Jean Lumière will be in English. The title of his statement is Quo Vadis Europe, Finance and Economy in Post-Crisis and Post-COVID Environment. Mr. Lumière, can you hear us?
I hear you very well. And you, do you hear me? Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for inviting me. I hope next time I can be with you and we may have a lot of exchange of views. You have been kind enough ask me a few remarks about the current stage of the European economy and the banking sector. In a nutshell, we have gone through, and we are still going through, a unique and terrible crisis from a human point of view. Many people have passed away, and many people are still in hospitals, and many families are in pain. But from an economic point of view, the marvelous, strong, quick, efficient reaction of the official sector, the governments and the central banks have helped us to go through the crisis. And we are in a recovery mode. It has to be noted, a year ago, most likely, I wouldn't have told you that we would go through such a recovery, which is everywhere, strong, clear, and efficient. Banks during that period have played a crucial role. I have told you a year ago, I think that it was not a banking or financial crisis, but a health crisis. And I must say that the banking sector has done a lot, and I think it was done well, timely, to the point, supporting the economy and the people. So we have to note this because this is probably one of the lessons of the crisis. There is a need for a strong, well-functioning banking sector. I'll come back to this point later on. We are in recovery. I see it everywhere. Once more, it is strong. But we are not yet in a net growth. And I hope that what we shall be able to make out of the crisis is, of course, recovery, but we shall be able to go slightly further than recovery and improve the situation for the citizens. From that point, I can make a few remarks. The first one, which is a big concern everywhere, is are we going to have inflation, to suffer from inflation? And what about monetary policy? There are good reasons to think about inflation. Massive programs, support programs in the US. We speak about billions of dollars on the table. In Europe, it's quite the same. We see a lot of support. We see bottlenecks and we see tensions. Savings which have been made during the crisis are now spent, which is good for consumption. But all of this is creating or suffering some bottlenecks we know well in the supply chain, in the global trade. There are significant tensions in some sectors of activity for which the supply is not big enough to address the demand. That's one point. The second point I would like to mention is what's happening on the wage front. In France, in Germany, I'm sure in Poland you see the same, which is people have been working very hard during this year and a half or 2 years. They have been working in a remote way. Many people have taken risks to continue to do their job, and companies do well. Companies deliver, and companies have significant results, at least most of them. What is the conclusion people may begin to say, which is that they want part of the results. They want to be rewarded. And we see, notably in France, but in Germany, I was in Germany a week ago, and this is what I see, which is a strong demand for some kind of return, some kind of benefit out of the good results everybody has created. And of course, it may have an impact on the wage policy. Very distinguished economists are going to speak about the Polish situation in a minute, so I shall not dwell on this, but maybe make a comment about what I see in Europe, in France and in Germany. I see a situation in which I think it's going to be temporary. I do not believe yet that these phenomena of supply and these phenomena of request for some reward will fuel a sustainable or sustained wage increases and inflation. So I'm quite on the safe side. Seeing this, I share the views of the ECB and in the US of the Fed. They do not see a massive wage tension fueling serious inflation in the medium term. Now, let's be very cautious. Let's be ready to act if needed. And of course, central banks, which are independent, will have to act timely. Hopefully, they will give warning signals for everybody to adapt. But we have the tool. They are there. They know how to do the job. And but for the time being, I'm reasonably confident that these inflation pressures will not go any further than what we see. It is highly linked to the recovery process. The second question I would like to raise is, of course, debt. There are two types of debt. Debt in the official sector, it has been increased. Well, it was a good decision. The official sector, the sovereign debt, have helped us a lot to survive and to go through the crisis. Nevertheless, the level of debt is very high, and it will have to be addressed. It will have to be addressed, I hope, in Europe in a very coordinated way, especially in the Eurozone, and this is very important for Poland, that it is well managed. Discussions will begin among ministers for finance and heads of state. There will be difficult decisions. We know why. We know the challenges. Politics will come on board, politics in Germany, politics in France, notably. But I hope that it will be done reasonably well, timely, and in a coordinated way. If it is not done in a coordinated way, we know the difficulty within the Eurozone, which is always a risk about the spreads. We know that this is a big challenge within the Eurozone. So I hope political leaders will be able, with the ECB, to address this in a coordinated way. The third comment I would like to make, not to be too long, is the labor market. I'm very not surprised, but I think it is very important what we see today in the labor market. We see shortages. In France, we still have a very high level of unemployment, 8%, which is very high, should be lower. But what do I hear from my clients? All the clients we have speak about difficulties to recruit people at the time they need it, which is now. It shows that there are mismatches. Mismatches, most likely, some of them created by the crisis. Some jobs are probably not paid well enough to be attractive, and that will have to be considered by employers to look at this very carefully. In some sectors, notably restaurants and bars, we see difficulties to recruit people. But the bigger mismatch is probably about skills. And I would like to take one example, which is obvious. This crisis has shown the importance of the digital economy, the importance of IT, the importance of whatever is digital. And do we have the skills? All the skills we need? Probably not. And this will require very urgently an adaptation of the training processes of education to make sure we have the skills we need, notably in countries like most of the European countries in which we have a demographic problem. So I must say that out of this crisis, the main difficulty, the main question I see is the labor market, not the economy as such, not the interest rates, but the labor market. And we need to move forward very quickly. I would like to add one question, which is Europe. The difficulty in such a crisis is that the national level may think that they have done well and that they should take more leadership. They have done well, but Europe has done well, done extremely well, and notably in the Eurozone. And we need to consider that Europe has made progress and is an asset, and we should continue to work this way. It goes to my final point about the priorities for the future in the banking industry. One is definitively digital. We need to invest in banking industry. We need to invest with the clients a lot in the digital scheme. We are lagging behind in Europe. We are behind the US, behind China. And if you want to continue to have a strong competitive capacity, we need to invest much more in digital. The second point, which is key for us, of course, is green. There is a very strong pressure everywhere and to support green, to move quickly to the green agenda, to do much better, to deliver the Paris Accord targets. We have to do it. And in the banking industry, we are very committed working with clients in order to do this. For the short term, next year and the year after, we'll have to work a lot on how to monitor this, how to measure this, how to be accountable about what we do. Because if there's no accountability, there will be no delivery. So we have to be highly focused on this agenda because this is key for what we do. And I'd like to go back 1 minute to the beginning of what I have said, which is the banking sector and the financial sector. We have done reasonably well. We could have done better, but I think the banking industry has done reasonably well. But we have a lot to do ahead of us. A lot investing, a lot of supporting clients, a lot supporting companies and cross-border activities. We need to have the capacity to do it. I think Europe is reaching the end of the program which has been started after the 2008 crisis, which is the Basel III Accord. And we are in the days in which we are expecting the proposals of the Commission. We shall see what will be on the table. I hope it will be Europe reasonable. I hope it will take into account the European specificities, and I hope that the implementation will be timely and respect the goals of recovery and growth. But of course, Basel III agreement has to be implemented, and we have to take this into account if we want to continue to do the job in a proper way and continue to bring trust. I would like to add one comment. If we want to be able to address the challenges I've mentioned on investment, we need to begin to build up across Europe the capital market union. And of course, you know that the first step of the capital market union for me, and this is the link with the banking industry, is securitization. We should move in a safe way, orderly way, to a more efficient securitization system, because it will be the combination of the capacity of Europe to mobilize European savings for the industry and job creation. And securitization is putting together savings of life insurance, in my mind, most of the countries, and the skills of the banking industry, how to channel the savings, the capital, the loans, to the right and appropriate place. So I've been too long. I've tried to share with you in a few remarks the mindset I may have today about what we do in Europe and across the world. I would like simply to add, as chairman of BNP Paribas and as a friend of Poland, that in the bank we are very proud serving Polish clients. I hope we do it reasonably well. We can always improve, but our commitment to the Polish recovery and growth and to the Polish society is very, very high. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemieux. Thank you, sir. We miss you in Sopot, and we hope to have found you in good health and hope that you're enjoying the last days of summer in Paris.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good wish for the continuation of the Congress.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for these succinct remarks that you've just made. Bardzo dziękujemy. Proszę Państwa, i przechodzimy
teraz do
perspektywy
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving on to the Polish perspective. Now a little commotion on stage because we are going to have stars taking part in the debate. That's why I'm going to disappear in just a moment. And I'm going to ask the president of the program board of the council, Jan Krzysztof Bielecki. The debate is inflation as a threat to economic growth. You will hear the names of the participants from Mr. Bielecki. Slido.com is where you can ask questions. You don't need to download the app. Just enter the Slido.com in your web browser. You can ask questions. I'm sure these questions will be allowed if only possible. And now, after a quick disinfection, sanitation, it's over to Jan Krzysztof Bielecki. Is the microphone there? Right, I've got the microphone, but I haven't got the participants. Oh, you could ask them. Professor Leszek Balcerowicz. So maybe let's sit in an alphabetical order. Welcome, Professor Hausner and Professor Belka. Let me explain that we are one professor short. We have tried to invite him here to take part in this discussion. He is currently holding that office, but as opposed to the three guests that have arrived here, that professor was not a prime minister or a deputy prime minister, so perhaps that is why he was the minister of construction in olden times. So that's just by way of explanation from the organizers why we have such participants. A simple question to you, gentlemen. Just a moment ago, Mr. Boris described the gorilla effect. The gorilla effect. He quoted Professor Kalman's book, and this brought to mind a thought that perhaps it's competitive to Professor Taleb's book, who wrote about a black swan. And because this is maintaining us in the spirit of ornithology and animal friendliness, and at the same time to people who are even slightly interested in football, soccer, our player, Glick, is believed by the English to have behaved improperly and to have displayed the monkey effect. So we have monkeys, gorillas, and swans. Let me ask the person closest to me, my close collaborator, are you perhaps a falcon? Yes, a hawk. Are you perhaps a hawk? Well, I can add that to those of you who are waiting patiently for a risk to realize it's also about monetary policy. Change is usually costly, and they are taken later rather than sooner. Thank you for that. It's a good answer, but you also answered very quickly. Professor Hausner, are you a swan, Professor? Not a swan. Are you a pigeon, perhaps? I got confused. Well, I was a dove, but I was diagnosed a hawk, to be a hawk in practice. Well, I thought that you and Professor Belka would rather be seen in the dove category. But Professor Belka, if we were to place you, I'm an owl. Thank you. That will suffice. I think that we should change the lead panelist, the host. Why did I start in this manner? Because I had a certain image of the situation. I'm a little confused, and I would like you, dear professors, to explain this to us, at least to me. There was this book, good book, written by Rogoff and Professor Reinhardt. This time is different. And they showed that for several hundred years, this history of death was the way it was, but to be honest, people always believed it to be different, but still, it was always the same. That's what it turned out to be. And now, we had the pandemic. And suddenly, there is this hybrid or remote conference with a presentation from Professor Reinhardt, who says, first of all, listen to what I want to tell you. This time it's different, and this time it's really different, and you have to use completely different instruments. And then I saw a conference, I saw the head of IMF speaking. I used to think about the IMF as a rather well-disciplined institution, and together with Professor Balcerowicz in the 1990s, we would always hear that it's like police officer who would always look or persecute those countries in transformation. But now Madame Grigorieva comes up on stage and says, please spend. And please spend is not what a hawk would say or a hawk would do. And Madame Lagarde, I think, got jealous of Lady Margaret Thatcher, although Lady Thatcher was quite unpopular. But there's this famous phrase, lady is not turning. It was a phrase coined by her speechwriters. Madame Lagarde, wanting to be very original, said, a lady is not full tapering. So the lady is not tapering, meaning if we want to stifle something, thwart something, that would refer to the central bank policy, I guess. So I wanted to ask, if such celebrities say things that contradict even themselves, what do we, citizens, get out of it? Professor Belka, perhaps, as an owl. Doubtlessly, we are dealing with an undermining of the paradigm that we used to have in financial policy, and the paradigm is believing in the strategy of direct inflation goal, inflation objective. It suddenly turned out that inflation is important, but not the most important. And suddenly everyone started defending the economy by means of not just an expansive monetary, but also fiscal policy.
Well, we can see the effects already. Although in the Eurozone, inflation today is around 2.7%. But over in Germany, 3.7. Poland is different because we are a small currency zone, and it destabilizes much easier as opposed to a big currency, which is the euro. But what I'm trying to say, the strategy of having a direct inflation target is based on two pillars. Number one, central banks have an instrument that they can use. It's a hard, well, not very hard, but pretty hard instrument, which is short-term interest rate. But what's more interesting, more important, is that they tell stories. Central banks have to have sufficient credibility and trust with the public to be able to persuade people that inflation is going to be just what the central bank wants it to be. And this is why the policy of having a direct inflation rate is a bit of a magic, because on the one hand we do have that stick, which is interest rates, but then we don't really want to use it radically. Number one, it's too costly. And number two, you really want to be able to build your credibility and convince the public and make their inflation expectations similar to what we want them to be. How things are in Poland, well, that's something I leave to the other panelists to assess. And you as well. Right, anyone? Professors, would you like to say something? Do you want me to talk about the whole world or be closer home? No, we're still not home yet. Enough time? Yes, we do. Yes, I'm mindful of the time. We have 40 minutes. We will get to Poland. Well, first of all, do not confuse an ant and an elephant. And you cannot copy a policy which I don't think is really working for the US, and they've had it since 1998. And you cannot compare the two, which is the US and Poland. The unconventional policies started by the US's Fed is about radically reducing interest rates and production of money to intervene in the financial markets to change the assets. There's a lot of doubts around this. It's not like the Fed is always right. There have been many failures and entrappings in the history. Was it Friedman and his successors? I mean, perhaps it may be good for the US, but for the ant to copy the elephant is always bad for the ant. I mean, to have introduced this 2 years ago by the current monetary policy headed by Mr. Glapiński, this means that we are following another economy which is incomparable. And for Mr. Glapiński to make references to Powell is just not serious. I mean, what we could expect is that the National Bank of Poland would start seeing the differences. And now with the higher inflation that was not forecasted at all, then perhaps they will try and influence public opinion, which is inflation expectations. Because what follows from that a lot of times is spending or how quickly the money works. I understand that we'll get there eventually, but to finish on the worldwide theme, can I just say there are lots of books, academic books, that even question the viability of the fiscal policy in the US. And one thing, for example, is the negative effect on economic growth through zombification. So with very low interest rates, commercial banks renew banks for ineffective companies. And there are very serious studies about that. There is also long-standing study about how do we get out of this. It was originally meant to continue for 2 or 3 years. But it's there since the pandemic. It then was multiplied, and now with new factors coming in, the pandemic, distortions to the supply chain, and many countries are seeing higher inflation. But higher inflation in the US is not the same as higher inflation in Poland. And by the way, that boost in inflation in the US leaves many question marks as well. Yes, it's true what Marek Belka said, which is that what the National Bank of Poland or any central bank does, it's really about telling a story, but it cannot be just any story. There are at least 2 major limitations. One of them is the rule according to which you do your policy. What we haven't done is we haven't really changed the strategy in the bank. It's not been changed as a rule. Number 2, the story makes sense and is credible only if the bank is independent in what it does. And that being independent is not just complying with the law, but it's about truly following the targets set in the law and those that are declared. Well, none of these conditions in Poland is met. So what we're looking at is a situation where the basis of the story are not credible. And finally, the facts. When it comes 2.5, which is the inflation target, for 2 years we've had inflation above the target. I don't want to go into the months, but generally that's true. And for a year now, we've seen a tendency of the upper limit being exceeded. And now we really have high inflation and the tendency that it will reach 6% towards the end of the year. And in terms of production, inflation, the actual inflation in the production area is 10%. So it just doesn't add up as a story. Well, perhaps what it is that we get different stories depending on the countries we talk about. I think what Ms. Lagarde wanted to say clearly is that she's not going to do the tapering. You know, the lowering or the cutting, trying to use a different word. So she's not going to get out of the purchase of bonds. And then they came up with a new word to say that they are going to recalibrate. But what they don't want to say is that they will start tapering. Canada, New Zealand, and Australia are now moving away from the purchase, and they are moving into tapering. The US and the UK are saying that this year, and even Powell says that they are going to taper. And the president and the chairman, in fact, Lemire, said this is just a transition period. And I think that Germany and France believe that pretty soon it's all going to change, that there will be a turnaround. So here's my question. Is it that there are different groups of countries or different stories? Well, what's it all about? Marek Belka. And then just keep it alternating. A few years ago, I would participate in the meetings of the European system of central banks, which is non-euro countries such as Poland were also invited. So back then, I think everyone would say this. We are afraid that there will be excessive expectations of the central bank, that they will be too high expectations, because the central bank cannot carry the weight of stabilizing prices and stabilizing employment levels. So because they cannot do the two, this will eventually end with the authority of central banks being tarnished, because they will be involved or entangled in the day-to-day politics or policies of the governments. So what we're seeing today, now with the crisis, and well, originally the 2008 crisis and now the lockdown because of the pandemic. So what we're seeing is that different entities, including central banks, are beginning to say or are beginning to look at other goals or other criteria. So Ms. Lagarde, in fact, just like her predecessor, she's in fact fighting to maintain and strengthen the Eurozone. And what is the basic problem of the Eurozone? It's divergence, or basically what it means is that Germany is growing faster, following a different trajectory compared to Italy. And also, what do we know? Obviously, the societies of European countries are going to reject the role of internal devaluation, because the end effect of this is populism, both right-wing and left-wing. So I don't think any president of the European Central Bank is ever going to say this. It's in the interest of Germany to keep the inflation rate at the structural and permanent level to be higher by 2 points compared to the rate in Italy. So this is what the EBC is defending. End of. Otherwise, given this divergence between these two, and I'm leaving France out of it specifically because France is in the middle. So these are two countries of the Eurozone, and you cannot manage the divergence. And so the political goal is overriding compared to monetary goals. I'm trying to find the difference. Australia, 30 years, the first country to have had no recession for the longest time. And now Australia is now moving out of the fiscal easements, the extra printing of money. So where are the differences from? Well, it's simply the situation differs from country to country. And I'll say it again, the Polish economy is nothing like the US economy, and the Polish zloty is nothing like the US dollar. This is a sufficient difference, sufficient enough not to make references to the policy of the Fed in Poland. This is just ridiculous. And number two, different approaches to responsibility. We have different people, bankers in central banks, so there's those, and there's those that are more willing to give in to politicians and those that are less keen to do this. Obviously, we want to have the latter, but you get all sorts. And number three, what Marek said, there's another community there. It's Germany. And for how long is Germany going to agreed to have 3 to 4% inflation rate for the good of the Eurozone. I don't think this is absolutely necessary to have that inflation difference to keep the Eurozone going, but I understand that it's a different question. Right, Professor Hausner. I have a different view on things. And I do agree that it's a different situation, different economy in our case. But now that we said, what is Ms. Lagarde fighting for, or what's important for EU decision makers, the question is what's important for us. It's a simple answer. We should fight to have a durable, sustainable, and good quality economic growth. That should be the whole point for us. And so the inflation rate does matter, and we need to know where it comes from. I think the problem is that at the end of the day, the inflation today, even if it stimulates growth temporarily, but the model of growth is based on a fiscal stimulation of consumption. The question is, how long can we continue with this in Poland if we keep the elements in place, which is a hyper-mild fiscal policy, at the same time unconventional monetary policy. I believe that this growth model is not sustainable because of the consequences of inflation in real terms. The consequences are that businesses only act short-term, and as a result, we can see that companies are not happy to make investments. And you cannot be fooled by short-term monthly rates. I don't want to use the word of zombification, but I want to be very clear that this sort of inflation environment, and remember that it's going to stay with us for the next 2 years. Mirek Granicki, he's here in the room, and he gave me his most recent inflation projection. And in his words, midterm inflation rate this year will be 4.7, next year 4.7, 2023 it will be 3.7 for a good scenario, which means that we will continue living in an environment that questions investments. So where do we get the economic growth we want to get? And it's not just the level, but it's the quality. And if this doesn't happen, we are a semi-peripheral country, and we're always at risk of suffering from those shocks coming from major economies. It may be okay for those economies, but we will be suffering the shocks. Right, here's a surprise for Professor Hausner. When we first started the panel, I sent an SMS And I have just been sent an answer, and my colleague Zdenek agreed to quote him. So I asked him a question. His name is Zdenek Duma. For 11 years, he was the head of Czechia's central bank. And just like you guys, he's a professor. And so I wrote to him, how do you think, what do you think is the biggest problem now? And he wrote to me as if he was quoting you, in fact. He says this: growing risk of asymmetry between fiscal and monetary policy, and the problem of public finance consolidation and public budgets. And this is going to be a much bigger challenge than ever before during the period of transformation. So that comes from the Czech Republic. But there is another voice from the Czech Republic. The question is to Professor Bilka. We talked about the difference between North and South. And we now have a letter signed by 8 hawks. Some call them hardliners, or hard-headed, I think is what we call them in Polish. So here's what they wrote. We can have a discussion to improve the stability and growth pact, so yes, this is okay. But we have to start the conversation because the lack of discipline, with all the rules being suspended, that's absolutely unacceptable. And that letter was not signed by Germany or by France, but it was signed by Austria, the Netherlands, Latvia, Sweden, Finland, and the Czech Republic and Slovakia. So those with the euro and those without it. So you can see the strength of the Visegrad group.
But I'm looking now because they are hawks, right? But by a different division, it's not euro and non-euro, but we have Czech Republic, Slovakia versus Poland. So it's a different division. Well, what I want to say is that also in Hungary, the interest rates moved. Well, it complicates this categorization which you proposed. But now getting back to the basic question from Krzysztof. Well, in what direction will we, if any, we will be changing the Stability and Growth Pact? It is to happen really soon, so that officially, in the year 2023, we are to get back to this principle. So now, what this modification should be about? Well, the modification will, well, this is how they imagine this. Some of investment expenditures could be taken out of this principle. 3% of deficit, briefly speaking, like in target. And there are arguments, political ones and economical ones. Well, the political one is really strong. If you want to destroy democracy, if you want to have Salvini, Le Pen and Kaczynski to Europe, then go ahead. Then you should stick to the hard line. On the other hand, and this is political argument, the Italians, they raise it because on the one hand they have 130% of the in GDP public debt, so it's enormous public debt, having in mind the size of the economy. But on the other hand, they have a prime minister who is perceived as highly highly competent and highly realistic in his approach to economy. And the Italian government surprised Europe because they have come up with a very reliable and in line with the recovery plan, which was in line with the European guidelines. It's 248 billion euro. So if for economy as strong as the Italian one, it has a huge development potential. So now we have this question. Will part of the investment expenditure should be taken out of the limits? Of course, we could easily find arguments for it. If the investment expenditures increase the potential product, then yes. But the question now is where to put the limit. All the investment expenditures, everything which is about the Green Deal, what all the left wing would want, them, even those who are left of Social Democrats in the European Union. All the social expenditures, well, it means all the expenditures. Then it wouldn't be to be maintained. So I do not really know in which way the conversation will go. I may tell you that tomorrow night I am meeting Valdis Dombrovskis, and this will be the subject of our conversation, I believe. I have no answer to that, really. Well, yes, but with this list of these 8 countries and this appeal to sound public finance, and the Commission will need to respond to it somehow. Professor Balcerowicz. Well, I will answer the question which I will put myself. I want to refer back to Poland, so it will be like normal. Well, let's get back to Poland. Let us focus on what's really interesting to people in Poland, here in Sopot, the background of the world, obviously. So apart from one argument that, well, Powell is doing it, then we will be doing it, but I expressed my opinion on it, that the second argument is that this inflation is temporary only because it was evoked by factors which will disappear. It might be the case, but it's not very likely in Poland if we compare it to the US. Why? Well, to begin with, we have much shorter history of low inflation compared to the US, which is the expectations of inflation is higher in Poland than in America. We are here, not America. And also, in the meantime, we have this question. What happens if the inflation is moved, and what will happen with further inflation? And I want to add one thing only, because even if inflation is reduced, it does not mean that the prices will go down. No, the prices will simply grow slower. Even inflation for some time will be like 4% only, and the interest rates will be just like the American ones, is 0.25. Then we will be having further enormous losses in savings of people, especially poor people, those who are saving in banks, because the rich people, they may place the savings in a completely different way. And also we can tell stories about low inflation, but it's not enough. We need to get to action. What is the action? To increase the interest rates, to give signal to the determination that the inflation will be counteracted, even if, and which is the truth, even if it won't work on time. It's an instrument of for the expectations. And also, it is not the truth that it will increase the interest rates, will stop better economy. What is stopping private investments in Poland? Lack of money. money? Too high interest rates? No, this the political barrier. It's this enormous risk, which my colleague was talking about, evoked by the present policy of the present government, and and increased interest rate. Maybe they'll stop the prices of real estate. So I see no reasons to maintain what we have now, unless someone claims that the central banks have nothing to do for inflation. It will be an abdication. But then, how can such a person be still head of the central bank in Poland? Okay, so now I will turn to Professor Hausner. Anglo-Saxon say it's setting plans. So this is the minimum. If we don't move the interest rates, they claim that they need to have a plan on how to get out of it. Professor Balcerowicz says that the interest rates should be increased and thus send a signal. The real estate market is really hot now. And you, Professor, you have this pigeon type of soul. How do you see it? Sometimes. I just want to remember that we are now discussing about the Polish inflation. It's the result of the pandemic shock. It's the result of combination of the monetary and fiscal policy. And it means that we are discussing an environment where we have growing liquidity reserve much higher than the product. And that's why we have this high inflation, which we have in the productivity sector. Well, it comes because we have demand which is higher than the possibility to meet it, which is why some companies, they don't need to fight really hard because the prices are growing and the liquidity may make them stay without going bankrupt. If we now think more deeply about it, well, we don't have any simple action. What has been done is just a one-way street. You cannot possibly return. It's cul-de-sac. You need to reverse, really. Number one, we need consolidation of the public finances. So a consolidation plan. And also we need to have a plan to how to normalize the monetary policy, which will need to be related with the consolidation plan. And number three, we need a strategy of productivity growth. I provided opinion to the document which was submitted by the Minister of Development. Well, I'm happy that we have this strategy, but nobody really thought it. This document has many failures, but it's important to discuss it to provide foundation for sustainable growth. As this model of growth, I don't claim that we will not develop as previously because the consumption should play a more important role, but it shouldn't be only down to the consumption. Now, would it be difficult to have such a plan? My answer is no, but we have other questions. Can we imagine in Poland an institutional setup which could propose such a plan? I was telling about how this story was in the National Polish Bank. I'm looking at CEO Borys. I value your skills and your competences, but if we look at the budget as an institution, not just a piece of paper, then we have now an institution of budget and responsibility for budget control. It's not how much you know and how much we know. It's about that there is no capacity to coordinate this policy. Today, we have no center for coordination of economic policy, which is why, well, I believe that Poland is not in a bad situation, but we are facing enormous challenges. The question now is whether we may propose something, a change in economic policy which would respond to these conditions. And do we have an institutional setup? I'm not discussing about the government and political parties. No, I'm talking about competences. But could we have such a center? Because the foundation of each policy would be the question about the credibility of those who represent the state. And this credibility is just like the transparency of our budget and the institutionalized functioning of the budget. I'm really optimistic because this is my nature. But on the other hand, it seems to me that what's possible and needed is not feasible now. Right. So we went through what's happening in the world. We had some diagnosis, and now we are getting to sending signals or planning about our country. In planning, we have never been champions of the world in planning, but still, let us plan. Professor Belka.
Well,
I would get back now to what I said in the very beginning. Central banks, they have two instruments: interest rates and a story. The story has to be anchored in the reality. You must not possibly talk rubbish, that's right. And now, what is happening now in Poland? Well, first, Mirek Gronicki, his inflation forecast is very optimistic, incredibly optimistic, because it would mean that the inflation in 2 years or 3 years will not destabilize our economy, but it will allow the government to cut the budget deficit and somehow, by imposing this inflation tax on everybody and cut the public debt. It sounds cynical, it is, but it's very effective. But what can we do now? Inflation may self-accelerate, and to me one key aspect is that the remuneration, the pays, they grow quicker than prices. If they do, then we have a process initiated, not just one time process, even lengthy process. Inflation shock. No, it's a process. If we have a process, then you cannot possibly state that the inflation, even if in the next year, that it will go down. Maybe it will be with this base effect, but will it go from 6.5 to 6, or maybe from 7.5 to 7? Or maybe, just maybe, 5.5 to 5. Well, we don't know. I keep my fingers crossed that it's the last option. But what can we do? Well, it goes without saying that we need to have very decisive rhetorics. The public finances will need to be made more orderly to show in what state they are. Mr. Boris and Mrs. Muzyczka, they need to go to Kościński, and they need to show the state of public finances. Maybe it's not as dramatically tragic. Then, number two, we need to say that we will need to fight against inflation. Zloty will get stronger immediately, which is anti-inflation measure. Zloty today is boldly undervalued. We are stuck in this madness of the business model based on low prices and low pays. And as a matter of fact, thus, we model the investment expenditures of the companies on low and medium technologies. It has to be changed. And last but not least, we need to say that we want to increase the interest rates. Not much, really. But we need to do it and see what's going to happen. Because maybe, just maybe, it won't be that bad. Instead of talking that inflation is just temporary and that it will change, now you have to do something. Economy will not stop. You're right, Leszek. Investments of the public sector is something else, but the private sector, they are not weak because of lack of access to money or high cost of money. Of course not. And if we reduce the pace, the growth in construction, well, it won't be that bad. Polish economy now is growing dynamically after pandemic, and then it does not need to accelerate. The Minister of Finance, he said that you may be slightly afraid of overheating, but then he said that the justice will win. Well, we do agree about the public finances, what has to be done, that we should show the real picture and take steps to reduce the risks. And something about the inflation. I just want to add one thing. It may be like from the school, but it's important. If you know, you might know that we need to distinguish between demand and supply. Supply, this is how much the capacity of production. It depends a lot on politics. Well, you may compare South Korea with North Korea. And although Satan was demonized by Keynes, but then we know that the purchase power depends on supply power. Just look how much the Koreans from North may buy and how much those from the South. So if the politics only about demand, then it threatens what's most important. And in Poland, we need to look at what has happened during the recent 6 years with the supply. And the supply, well, we have growth of the public sector, and you may find public company which is well managed, but still empirical research show that in average, out of obvious reasons, private companies will operate better. And when we hear about this new strategy, well, the new strategy by Mr. Sasin, this is the public sector to grow. So we are going back to the communist Poland. And then we have worsened conditions of the private sector, which is more effective. So what can we possibly expect from this type of strategy? You cannot expect sustainable growth of economy, but the growth will be reduced. On top of that, we have demography, tragically worsened by lower retirement age. I'm looking at Professor Hausner with hope, because we had a special guest, Professor Guthard. He wrote with Pankart a book where they wrote what is the impact of demography and aging society on inflation.
So we are this country where politics, retirement policy is reversed, but we are also a place where a society which will be the oldest in Europe in 30 years' time. Why then our micro panel never mentions demographics here? Because we didn't have such questions. Right, yeah, I know the moderator is doing a poor job, I know that. But speaking about demographic changes in this context, if you were to assume that our growth was based in 60% based on the increase in employment and workforce resources, and 30% due to productivity increase, which is the strength of the Polish economy, which we are losing now because inflation is damaging the basis of Schumpeter's productivity. So the problem is, if we were to maintain, given the demographic situation that we have, and given a very lack of any clear prospects on migration, in terms of policy, the response is, if you want to maintain 4% economic growth, and this should be our benchmark. We mean a growth that is sustainable. We need productivity and workforce to grow in Poland 4 times more than before, and we have to meet this challenge not just by debating inflation. I don't believe inflation is helping us, but it doesn't mean that it should be fought. But it doesn't also either mean that we should damage or ruin what we've had so far, because this will put us back. We have a minute or so left, according to our agenda. There is some controversy among us, again, but as a dove, I would like to ask, perhaps you'd like to take a question or two from the slides from our listeners. Perhaps the one about, people do discuss it. Should we believe the official figures? What about this basket and the selection of products? So services, 17%, food, some food goes up, some other food doesn't in price. So what do we do? Marek Belka first got the microphone. So what do we do? Right. I know the figures about inflation, and I can't imagine a situation in which I could go to Dominik Roskród, the president of the Polish National Statistical Office. I would never accuse him of manipulating the basket. But the question is whether what we feel on a daily basis, does this correspond to the official indicators? No, and it never happens this way anywhere, because what we are under the influence of is the prices that we see every day on a daily basis. And secondly, there's a more serious problem, the inflation rate in Poland and the European countries. Perhaps it should also include the costs of mortgages, basically the cost of housing. And this is an important question. But as an economist, I have no choice. I have to believe in the official rates and indicators. What do we invest in? I mentioned it a lot of times already. I buy anti-inflation bonds sold by PKO BP, and if I earn in euro, I never convert it into zlotys. So thank you. Professor Hausner, what's your recommendation, how to invest? I do what the professor does, although I don't earn my wages in euro. As for credibility, I'm not questioning the CPI. I mentioned a different indicator, and I have clear arguments for that. I had a meeting at the Ministry of Development with Minister Emilewicz, and people from the main statistical office said that very clearly we have a really tough situation and statistics in pricing in construction, and we've never improved on it. So I can really say that the productive inflation rate is higher than the one officially provided. It's not manipulation of any kind. It's basically not incomplete activity on the part of the main statistical office, but that's not for lack of competence. I have an owner of a large wholesaler of construction materials, and he said that the prices are only given when the goods are in his warehouse. So there is nothing constant right now in construction, no constant prices. So perhaps there is a certain commotion here and confusion. Professor Balcerowicz, last but not least, an old friend. Of course, I have to believe in the official indicators given by the main statistical office, Central Statistical Office. But this is not a problem. The problem is why much fewer people trust in those indicators than before, and that is because of the information policy of the current government, over exaggeration, lies, etc. So even if they tell the truth, they are not believed, and this can happen. So what do you invest in, and where do you put your dollars? This is a daring question. My wife handles all that. She is here with us as well. Hello to you. We've gone over our time limit a little bit. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us so persistently in the audience, and wish you a good Congress for the rest of the agenda. Thank you very much. Now it's over to Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Dreznit's book is a souvenir, a gift for our panelists, and hats off to Professor Bielecki, how he wonderfully led us through the knowledge of the three former prime ministers. That was an excellent job. Well done. Thank you very much. Don't move out. Don't go out of the room. I know we've been sitting here for quite a while, but there's a serious point on the agenda now. Coming back to what the Prime Minister said, going back to the EFC Academy, Małgorzata O'Shaughnessy, she is the chair of the judging panel, and there was a competition for the most interesting essay on what I would change in Europe. Mr. Borusowski, President of the Management Board at Best SA, strategic partner of the EFC Academy, please join us and please tell us the results of the competition. Who are the winners? Thank you, Monica. Welcome, everyone. To begin with, it's with great pleasure that I would like to inform you that despite the specific nature of this year, the EFC Academy has been going, and the most popular area was about the experience from the pandemic and their impact on digitization processes. The finals of the competition had 5 works from students, with the best one entitled Libertarian Paternalism. Why do we need the architects of decisions? By Kamila Kiełczewska, a student of economics at the Warmia-Mazury University in Olsztyn. In her essay, Kamila describes the influence of the pandemic experience on digitization processes in the context of behavioral economy, which she is a keen proponent of. And in the summary, she says, in the abstract, she says, the choices humans make are not as rational as presented by the classical theory of economics. Interventions, behavioral interventions, are initiatives that change the behavior of people for the better, and as such they will shape to the most extent digitization processes in the coming years. Kamila, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on a very inspiring essay. I hope you're here, and please join us on the stage. The judging panel also gave honorable mention to Grzegorz Tomecki, student from the University of Warsaw. The influence of problems related to the rule of law on the long-term economic growth of Poland. A Polish person only learns his lesson after the fact. That is the title of his piece. He considers the benefits from Poland's membership in the EU and the threats to the dynamic of economic growth related to the conflict with the European Union regarding the rule of law. Igor, congratulations on this honorable mention, and join us on the stage, please. Let me just add, please, that the winners of the competition on the initiative of Professor Bogusław Liberadzki, the former Minister of Transport and currently a Euro MP, will be invited for a 6-week stay in Europe as in the European Parliament as interns. Thank you very much for this initiative, and we wish all the students similar creativity, engagement and civic responsibility in the future. Thank you and congratulations. Well, a photo opportunity for a short while. Małgorzata, I heard that this internship is paid, and quite well at that, so that perhaps should be emphasized too. Thank you very much. Have a good internship at the European Parliament. This internship is also completed with a certificate that you receive, so hopefully the roads to your professional career are wide open for you now. And without further ado, let's move on to the next item on our agenda, especially that it's going to be something absolutely fascinating, a lecture from the special guest, Professor Dan Bresnit from University of Toronto. Special lecture. We are very happy to meet you, greet you here. Please join us on the stage. And I would like to Professor Bresnit.
Thank you for being with us. Before I give the floor to you, let me just say a few words about your latest accomplishments, if I may. Proszę Państwa, wystąpienie pana profesora.
The speech by the professor will be a stationary inauguration of Jerzy Gajewski lectures, who died towards the end of last year. He was a co-initiator of this Congress. The first part of this lecture took part online during EFC in June this year. Then Professor Bresnitz was online, joining us online from Toronto. We would like to congratulate you on your recent posting at the Canadian government, at a position which puts him in touch with creators of the economy in Canada. And he was also opening the World Economic Summit 2 weeks ago. Innovation in real space is strategies for prosperity in an unforgiving world. This is the title of his lecture today, and this is also the title of his book, published by Oxford University Press. Congratulations once again. And his book was selected by the Financial Times as the best business book of 2021. And we enjoy it all the more because it was already in spring that the Congress decided to translate the book into Polish. Tomorrow there will be the official launch of the book. You have already seen several copies that were given to our panelists today as gifts. At 4 p.m. this meeting, a meeting with the author will take place today, and you can get a signature from the author.
On the book. Now, this is all I had to say, so the floor is yours.
Perfect. And this is forward. So thank you so much for having me here. I want to first thank, do you hear me? Yes, okay. I want to first thank you all for being here, the European Financial Congress for inviting me again to Sopot, and also Jan Christoph, Andrei and Marek and Andrei for reading the book before it was published and giving me comments, and Jan Christoph for being my guardian angel and bringing me here. So thank you so much. What I'm going to talk about today is innovation. I call the book Innovation in Real Places, meaning about innovation and local prosperity and economic growth in our current global system. So, yeah, no problem. You won't see my beautiful face, but you'll see the microphone. So first, I think the first thing that we have to remember when we talk about innovation is actually to understand what is innovation and why should we care about innovation. So the first thing which I want to share with you, that in economics and social science and the things we care about, innovation is actually not what you read about in the news, especially if you read American newspapers. It is not the invention of new gadgets. It is not only high-tech. It is the actual purposeful action encompassing bringing ideas into reality. The complete process of taking the ideas and devising new or improved or recombinant products and services, it comes in all stages of a production, from that first vision to design, development, distribution, sale, and after sale. Indeed, if we think about COVID, it's really nice to invent an mRNA vaccine. But in order for it to actually be effective, we had to figure out how to produce it in the billions of units, how to constantly improve it, how to distribute it, how to get it to the customers that actually need it fast enough before there will be constant new variation. So without all of that innovation, the actual invention of an mRNA vaccine is really quite useless for human welfare. And the same can go with, to the supercomputers that all of you hold in your hand, calling it a smartphone. Without millions of engineering hours, design on innovation, a smartphone would still be a wooden box on the wall with cables connecting it to each other. So innovation is impactful because it is continuous, not because it is breakthrough. Do you hear me? Is that actually working? Yeah, let's just... Innovation in action. Yeah. So, that works now? Good. Sorry. As a Canadian, I love to say sorry. So it is impactful because it continues, not because it is breakthrough. And it is also critical to understand who are, in economics, the only two agents who innovate. And that is individuals, which we sometimes call them entrepreneurs, and companies. All the rest, including the beautiful university I work with, and research institution, and the government, are complementary actors. They don't actually innovate. So, life, the rest of the 90% of the population around Silicon Valley doesn't have enough money to even live there. So the question is, are there any other models? Can you create local growth without a flourishing high-tech industry? And can we think about innovation-based growth that create local prosperity as well as wealth and financial gains? And I would argue that we can. But in order to do that, we have to understand how economic globalization have evolved in the last 40 years. What we now have is a world where the production of both goods and services is globally fragmented. So what you have is activities, not the whole internet of those places. What sometimes the same company with new ideas to put on a silicon. In Taiwan, they actually make those silicons. In Korea, they specialized in niches that are critical. And in China, they figure out how to take those 10,000s of different components and semiconductors and make them into a working product, like your cell phone, fast and quickly. And what you see when you also look at those places, that those are real choices. They're real choices for two reasons. One, you have to develop completely different capabilities, innovation capabilities, financial capabilities and business model in order to excel in each of those stages. And also, each of those stages leads to very different distributional outcome. So one thing that policymakers should think about before they decide what kind of innovation they want for Silicon Valley. And it is not clear come with horrific social dislocation. So instead, let's talk about design, prototype, development, and production, which is the second stage, that stage in which you take ideas and make them into product. And on purpose, I want to go as far away from high-tech as possible. And let's talk about luxury woman, female shoes. And when I talk about luxury, I'm talking about the high end of the high end. So the cheap shoes start in few hundred euros, the most expensive in several thousands or tens of thousands. And you will find out that all those shoes visited this extremely small place just above Venice, in the Veneto, the Riviera del Brenta. And the reason is because that's the place where, unlike reality TV in fashion show, you have those cool designers, and 2 days later they come with a wonderful shoe. Shoes actually have to be worn by human beings that walk on them, sweat in them, might actually want to feel comfortable, especially if they pay 20,000 euros. And you need to figure out how to produce those. And that's what happened in Brenta. They figure out how to produce it, and they also figure out how to produce them, you know, a few hundred to a few thousand shoes that people can actually use. And what happened is that they created an ecosystem that allow them to have those innovational capacities. More importantly, they tied themselves into the global fashion markets, either to New York with designers or to Paris and Milano to get those shoe companies, those luxury companies, to get their outsource all those activities to Brenta. They created a special school for that. They created special financial system and banks that allows constant entrepreneurship in this industry. And indeed, as I will say again and again, different innovational capacities, different role for policymakers, and they have evolved their policy before, in the middle, and when they are now the most successful. Different financial system, different local global flows. How do you become part of a system? And in Riviera del Brenta, unlike Israel, there's a widespread prosperity, and they produce very good jobs for all skill profiles, not just for the people who finish with computer science or electric engineering in the best universities. Stage 3 is the second generation product and component innovation, and I want to welcome you to Taiwan. So as many of you know, General Motors, for example, stopped making cars in the US because they don't have chips. The reason they don't have IC chips is because the US has lost all those capabilities that now belong to Taiwan. And that is how to actually produce them and how to produce the latest design from Silicon Valley or Israel. And that's exactly what Taiwan has done. Companies like TSMC, UMC, and the whole ecosystem around them, all of them started actually from a research institute, a government research institute that worked with the industry constantly. It's the second generation innovation, so if any one of you have a Chinese smartphone, what you really have is a MediaTek-based, which is a Taiwanese company, smartphone, which is the heart and the brain of your hardware and smartphone, around which what the Chinese really do is innovate on software and design. And the same goes with Himax. So if you remember the Google Glass and now the Facebook Glass, Himax actually create the brain for those. If you like biking, if you remember once, not so long ago, mountain biking was only for people who were semi-professional athletes because they were huge and unbelievably heavy. Taiwan mastered the idea of carbon fiber production, and now Taiwanese companies like Giant, and that's the picture that you have produce either the most sophisticated bikes or the frames for almost anyone else that you buy, completely changing the industry and creating massive amount of good jobs for all skill levels. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's important to remember, to excel in this kind of innovation, you have to develop different innovational capacity. You want different things from universities, different research institutions, different financial system, employ different business models that needs different financial regulations. And you need to tie yourself into the global industry and institutionalize those ties very differently. And again, the result is widespread prosperity. And if you think for a moment about Gdansk and what happened to the shipbuilding in Gdansk, it is really very similar, the success of it is very similar to what the Taiwanese has done. So this is extremely possible to do it again and again in other countries if we realize that this is what we might want. Stage 4, which most people view as, just assembly. And for that, I want you to take you to China, to the place around Shenzhen, what I call Dongzhen, which until very recently appeared in the news only as the locale for sweatshops and had no universities even 10 years ago, and was actually a village of about 100 people with no roads in '84, and now is the capital of innovation and production. And out of this mastery of production came all the Chinese hardware companies that the world, especially the US, is actually frightened of. Huawei, ZTE, if any one of you used a drone, all those drones are actually Chinese, and all of your smartphone. And probably every other electronics that you possessed passed through Shenzhen engineering. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's a different tie to the global system. It's a different set of innovational capacities. The Chinese really know how to innovate in assembly and production. There are no other places. We have seen it in COVID. There are no other places where you can just shift all those activities, because it's not just gluing those pieces together, is figuring out how to create a smartphone which is 10,000s of components in a quality and a price that we would be willing to buy. It's a different role for policymakers. It's a different financial system, maybe slightly too different in the last 6 months if you see the regulation in China. A different education system. And again, Shenzhen and Dongzhen, as I call them, that area has produced immense prosperity for hundreds of millions of Chinese. So, a question after we realize this global system is, what is really innovation versus industrial policy? And the reason I want to talk about it for a moment is because they actually have very different logic. So if you think about industrial policy, and the classics, of course, are Japan and Korea, you know what a car is, you know what a ship is, you know how the industry works, and based on that you can have what they call strategic industrial policy or tactical decision, how you differentiate your products, how you sell it, because you know who are the customers. In innovation, the aim is to reach undefined markets and products, and sometimes the technology itself is a product. So your real aim as a policymaker is to create innovation agents that will do things that you do not know in advance what they will be. Because if you do, I highly recommend you resign from your government post and become a billionaire. That means that you have to have a commitment to a process of constant policy experimentation. You don't really know what will work, which is almost impossible, right, for policymakers to come with new ideas, but it's even harder to kill them. And you can think about, for example, a minister of finance or industry in Poland that declare that this policy is a great new miracle for Poland, and then 6 months or 2 years later have to say, hey, actually, we did a mistake, it's a horrible idea, we're changing direction. A good politician might be able to do it once or twice, but no more. Therefore, we have to figure out ways in which to create agencies that actually can do that without, let's call it, harming the politicians about them. And those agencies also need to work with radical ideas from around the world and with sometimes not yet existing partners. So all, I wouldn't say the opposite of industrial policy, but very, very different. So I want to summarize this by talking about what I think are the 4 fundamentals. When you think about how to build, you chose an innovation policy, and I would say that before you actually choose an innovation policy for your region, you should choose a vision. So if I'm successful in innovation policy, how should Gdansk or how should Warsaw look like 10 years from now? And then figure those 4 things. First, in my stage of production and the industries I want to work with, how do I cement what's called in economics institutionalize the local global knowledge demand and output? So I will know what happened in the globe, but I can also ship it to the right place constantly. How I figure out the supply and creation of public and semi-public goods, from skilled workers to finance. How do then I create a local ecosystem that reinforce those benefits for firms? And the most important thing, how do I manage the coevolution? So think for a moment about the case of Israel that I told you. When you have 886 engineers and 0 high-tech firms, you need a very different policy than when you have, for the last 20 years, the highest R&D intensity in the world and more startups than almost any other places on Earth. If you would just follow the same policy, you will very quickly fail. So you have to manage this process of coevolution. So with that, I think slightly before time, I want to thank you all. And feel free to either come visit me in that panel or just send me an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Professor Dan Bresnitz, thank you very much. Fascinating, actually. I think the most fascinating to me was exactly the fact that you could join the global and the local insight and make it work somehow, which is brilliant. Absolutely let me remind people again about coming to your meeting tomorrow, to the premiere of the book at 4 o'clock. Proszę Państwa, jutro o 16:00. Proszę nie zapomnieć, będzie szansa na autograf. And thank you very much for today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Proszę Państwa, to był profesor Dan Bresnik.
It was Professor Dan Bresnik. We were very happy, but now we need to feed you because I've seen this drop of energy. So you can blame me. The break has not been planned. We'll try to begin at 10 to 3. We have a lot of fascinating debates, but now we have 15-20 minutes for quick lunch, right?
Pierogi i zupa, nie traćmy nadziei. Ona umiera ostatnio. Ale kawki się Państwo napili, prawda? Troszkę? Bułeczki jakieś coś?
So it's now time to resume. You didn't get a chance to get lunch yet, but there was some coffee, I'm sure. And let's not lose hope. There will be some pierogi and some soup later on. So let us not lose hope. Hope dies last. And we are going to resume in a moment. Let us begin, hoping that other guests of the first day of the Congress will join us later. What we are going to discuss now at our main stage of the European Financial Congress fits in very well with the subject commenced by Professor Brezhnitz, the subject of innovation. The subject is trends in innovation, and the lectures will be presented by technological leader representatives. Daniel Holtz, VP, DACH, Nordics and CE, Google Cloud, will speak as the first one. The title of his speech is Driving Innovation in Financial Services.
So, hello and good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining me after the well-deserved break. It's always a challenge to be the one who speaks directly after the break, but I promise I'll make the best I can to make it entertaining or to make it relevant, at least for you. So, I'm happy to join you here today in person, and because this is, by the way, it's the first physical event that I'm attending after the break of the COVID pandemic. And I'm very happy to be here, that my first meeting is in Poland and is together here in this Financial Services Congress. We are very impressed at Google Cloud with the position that Poland has in the Eastern Europe and in Europe in total. So to us, Poland is the most important country inside of Eastern Europe. For that reason, this is also the country where we have started an own data center, or our own cloud region as we call it, now in April of this year only. So, and while we were doing those investments and growing and working with this, we were very impressed by the financial services sector and the role it's playing in the Polish economy and society. Particularly, we have been working a lot with PKO BP Bank, and also have been personally supported by Mr. Jagiello and his innovation agenda. So thank you very much appreciated, and we are very proud to be part of this panel and part of this session here today. So what I would like to do in the remaining time is share some trends with you that we are observing in the financial services industry. I would for this, share with you some of the Google Trend statistics. Obviously, we know a little bit about search and what consumers are looking for, so I'm going to share some of that with you. We will then talk about the financial services institution of the future, in our view, and then we will finish by taking a look of what does it mean as a Polish company to work with Google Cloud as a partner. So with that, I would like to directly kick it off by looking into some of the challenges that we observe, and I think they are equally across Europe very similar, those which we are facing here. So first of all, obviously, now after the pandemic, it is all about rebuilding the customer relationship with customers which no longer go into branches. We all know branches also before the pandemic have been an issue, but now particularly this is the trend clearly where the branches are going down. So we need to find new ways in financial services to engage. The second challenge is the competitive landscape. Since we all know that the neobanks and the fintechs are entering the market, so we really have to think about what can one learn from the business models, what are the obvious imperatives that are going to guide your business as you move along in the market. And then finally, the business economics, the digital revolution which is happening in financial services requires a rethinking of the business model. So it's forcing leaders to focus on short-term projects and on immediate focus. So let's start with some data points which are backing what I've just given you as an overview. How to create best-in-class experience. What you see on the left-hand side are the number of searches. The blue line shows you the searches for banking hours, while the black line shows you the search for customer services around financial services. We are in the financial services category. So what we do see is that people definitely do not care going to the bank branch anymore because they do it online, but they are in urgent need for advice and for help. So they are turning to customer service. So only the channel is changing. So those who are mastering those channels will be those which are very successful. At the same time, you see the e-commerce penetration went up. Everybody is used to doing everything online. So this is not stopping in front of financial services. I guess that's quite clear. Now, unfortunately, if we take a look into how are the consumers using apps on their phone, we see that on the left-hand side, the big column is that US users, consumers, are spending 263 minutes every day looking at other apps, but only 3 minutes on the top 10 finance mobile apps. So what it also shows us is that they are really spending time on not that much on financial services. It seems to be more transactional to them today. But on the other hand, you see this massive, the blue bars which you see are those searches which are for life stages, life events, like getting a car, starting a job, looking for advice. This is the trend topics, and this is one of the opportunities clearly for the financial service institution of the future, that you will be taking care of getting into those live events of the clients and make sure that you can serve them best with your organization. Coming back to the competition, we do see that we have the fintechs here to stay, the neobanks. You see here like Revolut is one of the more popular players here in the Polish market, but also others. And you see how massively this has been rising since only 2016. Now, as you can also see on the right-hand side from the number of companies which are part of this neo-banking space, you can imagine that this is it's here to stay. And the message is also what needs to be understood, that the neobanks and the fintechs are innovating at a much higher pace because they have the technological infrastructure. They do have the models that they can issue products and services to the market much faster than the competition. They can learn faster and they can iterate faster. So that's also a given that one needs to be cope of. At the same time, if you take a look at the profitability, we do see that the cost-to-income ratio among the top banks worldwide has remained relatively flat if you look at the last 11 years. And one of the reasons which was attributing to this is the high volume and spending necessary to meet the regulatory and the compliance requirements of the market. Now, if we take a look in again, then the question about growth versus profitability, if we take a look at the cost-income ratio. So then let's look at the customers per employee and the revenue per consumer. So here we see that neither the traditional financial institution nor the fintech has found the golden key to everything. While the fintechs have an easy time, high productivity to have, in this case, on average, 11,000 consumers per employee. The large banks do have a smaller number, but look at the revenue per consumer, which tells you that clearly the large banks are profiting from having this large spend with each customer, but they need to look into how can you engage with more clients per sales rep or per clerk, while at the same time increasing the customer experience. Final fact I wanted to share is when you look at how does digital transformation translate into business outcomes, what you see here are how many times has digital transformation been mentioned in earnings calls by financial services. So this is only financial services, and as we all can see is that this is clearly imperative. A financial service institution needs to have a clear vision on the digitization. And also it's mandatory for the leaders to deliver value to shareholders by having the right digitization strategy not only in place, but also executing along it. Now, with this set as a background, how does the financial institution of tomorrow as a vision look like? What can we expect and what are some attributes of this? As we have talked about, we are convinced that the customers are looking for something else. So we are convinced that those banks are going to thrive and those financial institutions which can better connect, know, assist, and educate, and also incent their clients to make sure that they're really getting let's say, sticky with the services that they're using from a financial services institution. Being customer or focused, we saw earlier in the statistic those live events. So this is clearly the trend where the financial services, the FI of the future needs to try to get there, to offer proactive support during live events, to be more knowledgeable about the specific situation of a consumer, and to make sure that the customer is having a great time and experience. Think about online versus offline experience. You have maybe an application that you did online, then something breaks, you call the call center, you want the agent to directly know who you are and where you left off, and then make sure that seamlessly the whole process is going to be concluding. So being customer focused, we can summarize, means to be the CFO of the life of your customer. This is ultimately what the mission statement is going to be like. Now, to deliver this customer-centric vision, the financial services institution needs to change its systems and how it operates below the glass. So it's going to thrive by automating routine processes and to be able to launch new products and features faster. It should be running on more flexible systems that can scale up and scale down based on demand. And also the whole system, if you're moving into this idea of the live events and making sure that you're taking care of the client during his lifetime, is more like a platform business rather than a transactional distribution business. And ultimately, those tasks around risk and regulatory controls should be augmented and helped by using the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning to make sure that things are being handled with in a very protective way. So when all of this comes together, the financial service institution of tomorrow has a full view of the customer and can better serve those customers while at the same time driving profitable growth for the business. Clearly, this is quite a big vision, and it's not nothing that can be achieved overnight, but it is a target to work for. And here I've brought to you some examples of those clients which are working and trusting Google Cloud in working to having their own specific strategy on digitization and getting to the next level of their own company. None of those strategies is the same. All of those projects are very specific, and they also have major complexities. That's the reason why Google Cloud makes sure that we, together with the financial institution, together with the partners, are having the right project plans to make them successful. So now, what are the pragmatic items? Why are banks and insurers working together with Google Cloud. What are they looking for? So clearly they're looking for things like recreating their whole application landscape. Think about this application process in the web, that you would like to have an end-to-end, frictionless, seamless interaction, all digital experience that can only be done with modern application landscape, connecting all of the disparate data sources which you have sitting inside of the institution. So that's one thing that they do. Then obviously they're looking for multi-cloud, that there's no login, to make sure that while you're rebalancing and recreating your application landscape, that you are also not depending on one vendor in the future. Obviously, we are also looking into reinventing and streamlining things and solutions like, for example, anti-money laundering, know your customer, and all account analysis, cash flow forecasting. These are regular solutions we already know, but using AI and using machine learning, we can bring them to the next level, increasing the level of automation significantly. So that's what they're looking for. But there's also the component of a cultural change. So for example, if a customer like a Deutsche Bank or like the SEB in the Nordics are working with us, they're also looking for cultural change where they say, okay, if we work with Google as a brand, some of this image is going to be also haloing and coming across to my company. And particularly if we're using the latest technology, it's a great place to work for everybody. So we are more attractive to get the latest talent into our institution. So we also see that there's the effect of uploading and re-energizing the image of their own company by entering those transformation projects with Google. Then let's talk about, on the final two slides, I would like to talk about Poland and Google Cloud in Poland. So as mentioned, it's a very important country to us. It has a strong growing economy with skilled labor force and a modern infrastructure. So that gives a very good start for further growth. But what's really unique is the availability, large availability of engineering talent. So Poland, in fact, is a main European provider for IT as a service. So for that reason and many others, Google Cloud has chosen to support both Polish customers, Polish enterprises, to scale to global champions, and also the Polish IT ecosystem to offer modern technologies built on top of global infrastructure. In April, we have launched our cloud region in Poland to host Google's infrastructure and to make it available to customers in Poland which are thinking about high performance and critical and sensitive data loads. So we will continue to invest heavily into the cloud skills by offering massive training programs. And last but not least, Google also is creating the largest research and development site in Europe. It's here in Warsaw. So we have a known vice president here with a large team, very big team of engineers which are developing in Poland for Google globally. So now, what would it mean finally to innovate as a Polish company with Polish financial services institution with Google Cloud? So here I can assure you that you are second to none the service that we can offering. In particular, our products and contracts address the KNF and the banking law requirements in Poland to the full extent. So we can enable our Polish customers to comply with these requirements. I would like to just mention 4 examples. So we do have obviously contracts governed by Polish law. We do acknowledge in contract unlimited liability for losses suffered by the bank's customers. We are implementing solutions to restrict multiple layers of third-party sub-processors, which is also a key component. And finally, we do offer assured workloads, which are a service that provides data residency in Poland and 24/7 support in Poland to assure that even the most critical workload can be dealt with high performance and very compliant. So I would like to come to a close, which is summarizing. With a relatively young and digitally savvy customer base, Polish financial services can test and introduce innovations faster than the competition in other countries in Europe. At the same time, high availability of engineering talent can help build the business in a new future formats. Google Cloud is here in Poland to help execute your innovative ideas and to scale them nationally and maybe globally. And I'm definitely looking forward, together with the team here of Google Cloud in Poland, to work with as many Polish customers as possible and to hopefully celebrate our joint success, returning next year to this great event here in Sopot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel Holtz from Google Cloud. Thank you, and let me continue in English. Could I now please ask to the stage Ashley Benigno, Group Director at Fjord Milan Accenture, and we're going to continue talking about innovations. Fjord Trends is the title of your remarks. So a short training, and the floor is yours.
Lovely, thank you very much. So good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ashley Benigno, and I'm part of Fjord, which is the unit within Accenture that deals with design and innovation. We've been doing these trends, which are kind of globally crowdsourced across our network for the last 13 years. There are 7 this year. I'm going to briefly go into 3, but before that, really wanted to touch each year beyond, let's say, the individual trends, is looking at what is a meta trend and what that brings together. And the feeling really is that we feel that 2021, this year that we're in, is the true start of the 21st century. We have been through 20 years of dramatic change, yes, of how things are going. But really, and a lot of those realignments were already occurring. And then the pandemic happened, and if you wanted, truly accelerated us into a new world. Again, it's great. It's the first time for me in a year and a half to be in front of a live audience. This is brilliant. But again, I think there is a feeling that what we will be seeing is a world that is different. And it's because of that that we're saying that this meta trend for this year is mapping new territories, because the world that is in front of us is largely unexplored. And some of those, let's say, futures can be quite scary when we think, for example, of climate change and the impact that that is having more and more at the time, while there are other potential elements which are exciting, but they remain unexplored. And again, in this moment of high consumer anxiety, low confidence, again, there is a key role for financial services to be playing in helping map these new territories. This is a bit, if you think back to medieval times, you know, at the end of the known world, there were monsters that the cartographers put. So how do we get rid of those monsters? And as I said, and instead look at creating, because I think, you know, like when there is a moment of, throughout history, of global crisis, what follows is a renaissance. Un rinascimento, as they would have said in Italian. So again, it is up to us really to decide how we define this renaissance. So again, it is a moment of exploration, of prototyping, and of learning how things are going. So if we move on, as I said, I've kind of highlighted 3 of the trend out of our 7 trends. This mapping new territory also arises out of what we've all been experiencing over these last 18 months. And it's been a sense of collective displacement. And really, how do we find our places in these new experiences? Because as I said, as we went into lockdown and COVID swept across the world, as I said, it left us disconnected from a series of elements. And you'll see, and this really touched on things that were big, like small, like, you know, it can be touching on marriages, funerals, religious events, and how they were moved from elements that needed to be physical into a virtual space. And as importantly, too, I think it changed our perception and the way we look at geography and space. So there's a reference here to place, that from city to countryside. We're seeing, as I said, I work out of Milan. In Italy, we saw a lot of people who had houses at the beach, or in southern Italy, kind of move back south and away then from kind of the hub that was Milan as a place of living. And this is effective, talking to friends in the UK, where they're seeing property market, if it was always prices that were rising in London especially, or big cities, now I had a friend in Dorset or Cornwall. These are kind of places way out in the countryside where, because of pandemic, etc., people are looking again at different ways of living. And I think we can find those also expressed, for example, in the US, where there is this move. And I said that sense of community, and that touched us in all our different forms. It can be in important things, or it could simply be in our group of friends that we're no longer able to come together to play their five-a-side football, for example. While if we look at it from brands, and irrespective of industry, what also happened was there was a visibility challenge. As I was out before, and we were all out before in our day-to-day, we would walk past the bank branch. We would see, kind of advertising on billboards. We would see that in our metros. All that disappeared with it, and it also meant, how do you become visible in a world that is highly digital? So I think, the colleague just now from Google is touching on that. The customer we once knew has radically changed. He has gone, or she has gone. How do we kind of learn and take that forward? So it's a key moment. It's always important to understand your customers, but it's now become critical to be understanding the patterns and changes in behavior that have come from these shifts. And we'll see that there will be long term. So, here, if activities that were in person and had a relevance, I would go into my bank branch, maybe I would talk, to the advisor who is following me. How do I have that richness of interaction, and how do I recreate that experience at a distance in a way that I don't lose the richness that it have? And similarly, it's how do I help people gather that information and discover new things? I found very interesting the chart on, kind of the search for customer support kind of rising dramatically, because we have seen, even people that before were not interested or were kind of reactive to adopting digital tools were forced to do it. And those changes that now have come, for as much as we now hopefully can continue to be coming back together, will remain. An example here, I think very interesting, very different tool was, taking something like the London Marathon, which again, this is something that is so linked to a city, to a geography, and yet last year it was run virtually. It was taken into virtual space. And this year, when again it will be possible to return to kind of run and do that marathon in person, we're actually seeing that virtual element will remain. So there is a hybrid element there that comes in. So really, at the end of all this is how do we understand in its displacement, and as we accelerate for the need on digital transformation to ensure that the experiences we create deliver that value that people are looking for. And it's not just about end users, our clients or our consumers, but it's also about, our teams, the people that work in our companies. And this also has, kind of gone through a moment of profound disruption. And again, going back to those key words of the meta-trend, prototyping, experimenting, etc., they remain key, because we have seen how, everything from, the banal elements like the costs that were linked, that have moved from employer to employee. And, we talk and how our homes have become offices, but not just offices. And again, to this picture, it's the challenges that we have when you have a mother or father trying to work and a little child that is trying to study next to them. So that idea of smart working was not always kind of smart. But we're seeing that, as I said, as we go forward, big changes in the financial world. Again, there's been terms of what happens to my branches. Some are thinking we can turn those into satellite offices, or they become support centers for call centers, etc. So the idea really here, even if we do return to offices, is how do we think, and we take the office no longer to be a mindset, a physical space, but a mindset. But of course there are, again, challenges there. If you found yourself on calls where some people are in person, others are remote, it becomes very difficult. So of course, there's a technology element, new software and hardware that is needed, the infrastructure to run it that manages that kind of speed of keeping connections. And, beyond the technicalities is how do you build a culture? Culture is very much built by those serendipitous moments. It's having a chat over coffee. It's having a chat over lunch. It's bumping into other elements of culture that, as we work simply remotely, have become strictly functional. And of course, that is made it more difficult to create a strong culture, especially in younger people who are looking for, let's say, purpose to their work that goes beyond the financial remuneration. So how do you recruit and attract and reward talent? On one side, we can say that talent could be anywhere. On the other side, we're of course still linked by national regulation. So yes, if I'm in Italy from Milan, I can go and work down south, but I can't really go and work in Finland or elsewhere because my taxes would change. So let's say in that idea of digital nomad, there are again regulations that need to be taken into control. And of course also mixing, notions of privacy, etc., with a control that a company needs. So again, that area of prototyping is very much touching. We've seen it now from going, everyone will always remain at home, back to the office, and I think to hybrid models. And again, my time is nearly up on these, but the third that I wanted to touch is what we're calling an empathy challenge. As I said, we're living now in a world, and in the, from the professor of the Canadian University, Dan, he was talking of inequality. And what we saw is one of the key words emerge from 2020 was this idea of privilege and how existing inequalities have been exacerbated by the pandemic. New ones are coming to being, and we're looking to companies to have a position on these societal issues. We also have a paradox linked to information. Because, from take it banal, a no-vax position versus vaccines. So, again, companies can't, that emphasis cannot, they need to choose, and you need to choose a purpose on where you're going. So there's different examples here from the most extreme, Patagonia, a clothing company that vote whatever it says up there out was linked to the American elections of last year. But you can take eBay, which if you want very quickly pivoted during the pandemic to represent the micro-entrepreneurs, the small business people, and give them a basis. So again, here and again, as we think that, financial institutions are core to this, is essentially saying, how do you ensure that your narratives, what are the purpose and the things that you choose to represent, and once that you do, that they don't simply remain words, but they've been put into action. DBS, a big banking group in Southeast Asia, for example, during the Pacific, teamed up with a series of food banks for that inequality in helping kind of provide and put finances there to help bring a whole series of food packets to the table. My time is up, went quickly, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure, as I said, to be here.
Mr. Ashley Benigno, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. We're not quite finished, ladies and gentlemen, with the innovation trends and during this first day of the European Financial Congress. It's now time for Financial Services Industry Director at Microsoft, Mr. Tamas Josvaj, who is with us and will be with us in a minute, but this time online, not in person. Let's see if we can hear him.
And welcome to the European Financial Congress in Sopot. When I was wondering this morning which of my favorite suits shall I put on, it recalled my memories of my father, who served as a military officer in his entire life, with all its positive and negative consequences on our family. I was admiringly watching my father each morning getting dressed in his perfect sharp outfit. Same fashion every day. And he probably had 2 of those sets, so that sometimes my mother had a chance to clean them up. So 2, not more at a time. And there was no dilemma which one to pick. Easy, unlike nowadays. As the fashion industry is shifting from traditional to fast fashion, so it is happening in banking. The financial industry is being disrupted for quite a while now, and this results in an unprecedented competition on the market. There has been around $1 billion investment to fintech in Poland in just a handful of years. And the impact of these new challenger banks is of essential significance. It is expected that in 3 years there are going to be a solid 23 million customer base of fintechs out of the 28 million bankable population in Poland. So how this all could happen? First, it all starts with the customer needs. When I was working for a bank, we tend to say internally that we can offer 3 things: good, fast and cheap, but only 2 can be selected. Driven by the adjacent industries like retail or ICT, by now customers do not compromise. They want all 3 and they get all 3 at the same time. Banks need to shift from old product sales to lifestyle-based approach to be an integral part of every stage of their customer's life. Delivering personalized customer experience with the help of the latest technologies like cloud, AI or advanced analytics is not any longer a nice future aspiration. It is a must to differentiate and stand out. We see more and more large financial institutions launching neobanks with the first principle design when there is no lock-in to old legacy systems or procedures of the past. One example is Flowy in Italy, who in partnership with Microsoft launched a challenger bank from the ground up in a few months and attracted hundreds of thousands Gen Y customers in the first year with their green sustainable offering. The second is scalability. Revolut serves more than 15 million customers with 1,500 employees. Alipay has over 1 billion customers supported by a staff less than 17,000. Reaching that level of economies of scale cannot happen without building intelligence of data, let it come from online channel usage, call centers, branches or IoT devices. And these data should be democratized and at the fingertips of every banker to make better decisions or innovate better offerings. Combining all these various data sources and utilizing all the synergies by making these data interoperable can help financial institutions reach this scale. This is the only way our customers' acquisition or service can be increased, customer lifetime value be loyalty be maximized, operational expenses be lowered, or credit risk be minimized. Just to give you an example, one of our customers in the Netherlands recently launched a video-enabled remote advisory solution for their retail customers, and by now 96% of all advisory conversations are done via Microsoft Teams. And finally, it's all about security. With the COVID-19, number of digital interactions with financial institutions have skyrocketed, as well as there is an unprecedented increase in e-commerce. No wonder that cybersecurity become top priority, and as a good signal to this, venture capital inflow to cybersecurity solutions have quadrupled over the last year. At the same time, we as Microsoft are going to invest 20 billion over 5 years to protect our customers. All in all, it has become obvious that traditional financial sector is under unprecedented transformation to become a part of every step of the life of their customers and build a strong ecosystem around financial offerings. Our strong local presence and expertise in FSI, led by my colleagues Kinga Piecuch, Paweł Jakubik and Grzegorz Kuliszewski, as well as our $1 billion investment into the local data center region in the country, is a clear testament of our commitment to deliver the latest technology to the financial industry space and help every person and every organization in the country to achieve more. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Is Bank Platform of the Future, Tamas Joswaj. Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy. Proszę Państwa, teraz już przechodzę na język polski.
I am now switching into Polish because we've now finished our debate about innovation and innovation trends. And now we're going to move into cities and a climate policy of cities. The next debate is about financing climate policy in the cities. It will be run by Maciej Grabowski, who is the president of the management board Centrum Myśli Strategicznych. This debate is called Local Trends. This is organized by the MTT Group and by Centrum Myśli Strategicznych. So, under the heading of Local Trends, there will be two events. In the spring, this will be the Local Authority Financial Congress in Sopot, and in the autumn, we're going to have the European Local Government Forum in Poznań. The idea for this is to strengthen the voice of counties and regions and municipalities in Poland and to hear their voice in our discussions. So October 11th and 12th, the International Poznań Fair will be hosting the conference where the discussions will be about the key trends for the years to come. We'll be inviting representatives of business, academia, and local governments. There will be more than 10 themes and sessions, plenary sessions, with participants discussing new goals to relate to the digital transformation or the investment policy of the EU. So much for the introduction, and now a quick reminder to everyone. During this session, you will be able to ask questions to the speakers. And please use Slido. So in your smartphone, just click in www.slido.on and then select the tab for European Financial Congress, and you'll be able to ask your question. Can we now ask the President, Mr. Grabowski, to join me here on stage? Well, hello everyone. Thank you for staying so patient. We are overrunning, so without further ado, can I now invite the panelists to join me here on stage? And I'd like to start with Teresa Czerwińska, European Investment Bank.
Panią prezydent Hannę Zdanowską, prezydent miasta Łodzi.
Hanna Zdanowska, mayor of the city of Łódź.
Pana prezesa Jerzego Kwiecińskiego.
Jerzy Kwieciński, vice president, management board of Bank PKO SA.
I pana Józefa Wancera,
and Józef Wancer, BNP Paribas Bank Polska, honorary chairman of the supervisory board. Well, before I hand it over to you, we have another small happening. Is it okay if we have it now? Yes. Leszek Pawłowicz with the famous ECF scarf, 100% silk, and the legendary president of BPH Bank, Raiffeisen Bank. He spent 20 years in Citibank all over the world. He was born in a lager. He took his finals exam in Warsaw. He's a legend of Polish banking, and you've now been invited to the Responsible Finances Council as part of the European Financial Congress, and I hope you will join us for that. So, everyone, please take your seats. It's such a broad topic that the 40 minutes will be up very quickly.
Just two facts for you to illustrate the meaning of the significance of this topic. I'll begin with the one that is more optimistic. Humanity over a year uses as much energy as we get from the sun within 2 minutes. So the reservoir of how to use this energy is really amazing, and there's definitely room for innovation, and there's lots of it. But as there are many more people in the world now than from the beginnings of that died, starting from the point when the human race originated. And as we know, half of people in Poland live in cities, so it shows also a challenge for the cities. And besides, in local authorities, 3/4 of what they do for climate change will be taken at the level of cities. Now, moving on to our our esteemed participants in the debate, let's begin with Mr. Józef Wancer. You represent a bank in a changing world. La Banque du Monde qui change. How does a bank like this respond to climate change in cities? If you could take the first 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, does it work? Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It is outstanding, remarkable that we can meet again after 2 years in real life. We can look each other in the eye, have a conversation, and share very important thoughts and comments. It's not just because I'm the oldest one here, but I have never worked for any state agency, even in the local government. The only time when I belonged to the city was when I was in the army for several years, but I don't think that counts. So my outlook on the whole idea will perhaps be somewhat different. As regards the group, BNP Paribas, as the biggest bank group in Europe, it approaches the topic very responsibly and accountably. Most importantly, almost in all, at least European countries, we have reached the point when we all understand that something bad is happening to the climate, and things need to be done as soon as possible in order to get out of the trap. BNP Paribas as a group has responded to this challenge and started organizing various projects like we do at BNP Paribas Poland. As for the funding, that's probably of greatest interest to all of you. The possibilities are great. And there is no problem in the world, in Europe, to find money. The only problem is how to get it. How can a company or a local government, a city, what can they do to get the funding? The path is very convoluted here. We can see it in many countries. The thing is for the activities, the measures to be better synchronized. So agile on scale, this model seems very good because you need to change the mind frame of the decision makers. Like we talk about in companies, in banks, in every workplace. It's not just about products and processes. It's about changing the mindset. You, local government, companies, businesses, we all have to realize that time's up. In order for us to help ourselves, this process has started already, and we have to do all in our power in order to do what's needed. So education is the key. Our group, also here in Poland, we dedicate a lot of energy to get into the educational trend, especially in terms of state-level governmental decision makers, but also local governments, but not only them, that we are all playing to the same goalpost, that we are all on the same team, that if we don't do it now, perhaps in a moment it will be too late. We are approaching a disaster, a bottomless pit, and if we don't do it together, we're going to be at the bottom of it. Cities play a huge role here because in 20-25 years, perhaps 75% of the human population will live in cities. I think that now it's over 50% already. That's one thing. Cities also generate a major part of GDP, some 80%. They consume a lot of electrical energy, so cities are a key factor here. So what can we do in order to make it easier for local authorities, for cities, to find funding for what's required, and so that the cities and local authorities can get organized well? One of the reasons why money doesn't go where it's needed is because there is insufficient banking services in terms of companies. What we need to do is to coordinate all these measures well, so that the sources of funding are available. And to conclude, let me say that there is a model that we believe very strongly in, and that is where businesses change the quality of what they do in a city, and it's the green aspects of what they do in the city for high savings, for savings over a period of many years, not months, but years. And these savings will be paying for the cost of the funding. And this is a method that is utilized very often in the US, but not just there. I remember that in the first decade after my return to Poland, that would be late 1990s, early 2000s, this method was also used for city lighting. Philips and other groups did exactly that. They improved the quality of energy quality of the city, and then these savings paid off. It wasn't a one-off payment, but we had to make sure that the savings would continue for years, 20, 30, 40 years. And then, of course, you will have to do something new. That's where I would conclude. Thank you. The European Investment Bank is becoming a climate-oriented bank, as per the Board of Directors' decision from 2 years ago. What does it mean to Polish cities? What can it mean if this change is not dramatic, perhaps, but what does it change in the vision for the development of the bank? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. I'm happy that we, as the European Investment Bank, the EIB group, with European Investment Fund as part of it, that we can participate in this debate that is extremely important and which takes up issues of extreme importance for investment. We hear a lot about very good economic indicators, about a revival, that the crisis that resulted from the COVID pandemic is over to a great extent. Now we are all asking the question of what role the cities will have in mobilizing equity to and funding for green and climate-related purposes. Our board of directors has adopted a roadmap which delineates investment directions for green projects within two pillars of green and digital transition. We can see two main areas for funding for projects in cities. The first area is related with the effects of climate change, preventing climate change. And here we analyze projects for low emissions in terms of shifting the economy to circular economy, funding public transport, upgrading of the rolling stock, and also As for the energy efficiency, the repairs, refurbishments, passive buildings, retrofitting, all this is part of our interest. Another very important aspect of how the EIB funds projects is those to adapt to climate change, because we have those two areas. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we can see a significant gap in investment. The events that we've had this year, a dramatic flooding in Belgium and Germany, in Luxembourg, or a wave of a heat wave and significant increase in temperature in cities, fires in Greece, in Italy, or Spain. All this makes us ask ourselves the question, even today, how to use the funding used for adaptation to climate change, how to make this money available and launch it. There are challenges. We often talk about cities and funding, and it sounds rather general. But Fit for 55 package, reduction of emissions by 55% compared to 1990 for European Union countries, this is a spending of about 340 billion euros per year. Of course, the public sector alone cannot sustain such expenditure. So I'm very happy that I am here today. I can be with you and talk to here and outside in the lobby to our partners, key partners from the sector, because you have to reconcile loans and guarantees and loans and grants, because these are the tools that will be available to the cities. We, as the EIB, €1 that we invest mobilizes on average €4 extra of extra funding, and there are products in our portfolio which have much bigger financial leverage. So today we are talking not just about how to mobilize funding, but also how to do it the most efficient way, because it's not just a matter of equity, of capital, but also in how these projects are prepared. And we can see it very clearly when working with local authorities. Katowice, 1997, the first city in Poland. We funded the first project in Poland. These issues, the questions that come up on the part of large cities, but also smaller towns. They ask for advice on how to draw up the feasibility study, because we're saying it briefly. It's a green project for sustainable city fabric, but this project focuses environmental challenges and social challenges, like in a lens. How to reconcile the environmental challenges with providing the appropriate quality of life to the people. Here we are entering financial engineering and also a consultancy. Now it's over to the mayor of a city which has gone through the first political transformation in the 1990s in a way that was not easy either. But this new transformation, can it be an opportunity? Can it be an opportunity for a city to develop, to grow, for the people? Will the people also be facing those new challenges? How would you comment on it, Madam Mayor? First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I thank you for inviting me. I'm not sure how. I'm feeling a little bit apprehensive here, because there's a world of finance and there's a world of working face to face with the people that live in our cities. They are both distant but also interconnected. When listening to what you are saying, I've been under a great impression. You do need funding, but the thing is that in order for things to happen, we have to have more relaxed financial regulations. But unfortunately, now, due to the pandemic as well, most local authorities cannot take out loans. And here we are moving on to the next challenge. What should funding for local authorities look like? I'm not going to look for the instruments that we are hearing about in the public arena, where we are listening about a further reduction of revenue for local authorities. Yes, people are looking for change. They want to live in a sustainable and green city. Let me put it this way. I believe that we have come to a point where we don't need consultancy anymore. Local authorities in those large cities, perhaps, in the smaller towns, it would be different a bit. But in large cities, we do have experts. We have trained people, skilled people, especially young ones, who want to have a say about the changes. They know what we need in order for the world that we can see now, which is coming to an end in the format that we have been used to, in order to leave it better for the next generations. So speaking for the people, yes, we are ready for change. We need the change, but in order to make the change happen, it is inextricably connected with access to funding, not as loans, but mostly grants. We have a great opportunity. There's a new perspective, EU perspective coming, under which, for the first time since I remember, first time when the EU clearly says how much money needs to be spent for green transition, for counteracting climate change, for reducing the climate change. Large cities are over 75% of greenhouse gases. Large cities are heat islands. Mainly the large cities are heat islands that we have to face and address. Cities also generate a huge revenue, and they create jobs and new technologies, and they attract people, new residents. And in 20, 30 years, 75, people all over the globe will want to live in cities. If we don't change our perception, if we don't change our policy, not just on a national level, but on a globally speaking. So how do we cope with it? First of all, education, because young people, to a large extent, are aware of the change that's coming. But how do we explain to an elderly person who has lived in a house, detached house built in the 60s and 70s, with old type of heating, coal-fired furnace, that they need to change this? That this is a road to nowhere. How do you persuade them to invest money, even if you buy modern equipment and modern energy sources? How do we persuade them to make use of them if they are much more expensive? And here you can see energy, heating poverty. There is a number of social and economic aspects, and regardless of your political stance, if we don't sit together at a table and if we don't solve them together, I think that all these changes are going to deepen, and they will focus on us, because the climate, the environment will have a negative impact on us, on our health, and on our life. If we don't stop it at a certain point, we are not going to be able to cope later. I think that most local authorities, due to limited revenue, won't be able to make use of loans. Without a lot of funding, we can't introduce changes that are necessary right now, right here and now, not in 20, 30 years. Thank you very much. Mr. President, now, how about a bank? A bank which gets adjusted to the changing world, because BNP Paribas responds to changes in the world. What products do you offer to cities? Are there any new products that you could tell us about? Because we know that there will be grants, but there will also be loans. So maybe there will be this financial engineering that will be giving you the biggest added value. Thank you.
Well, I would like to start from the top to understand how these processes are happening. I think this is really key, and the president, the mayor, and then the president here spoke about this. What we're seeing today started with the needs of the public and something that was originally expressed more than 10 years ago. And that need was to change the way we do things. And it's not just in terms of the soft activities such as education or culture, but it's about change in terms of the economy and the environment. The societies of Western Europe and Northern Europe have clearly focused on climate policy. And then, some 12 years ago, we weren't really affected, because at the time Poland was all about catching up with Western Europe. We wanted to have a similar lifestyle. But then, let's be honest, it has changed significantly over the last few years. Big cities, especially. So what we're seeing in the world, things such as the UN now adopting its sustainable goals. Just as a reminder, those goals were originally developed by the OECD, and then the EU took them on. And now those same goals are expressed in the longest and in the strongest EU strategy called the Green Deal, designed to achieve climate neutrality in 2050. Mid-term, we have the new package, Fit for 55, and it's designed to reduce CO2 emissions by 55%. Well, that's 15 percentage points more compared to what was originally contemplated. There will be strong implications. Why? Well, because of the costs, and Ms. Czerwińska said that it would be like 450 billion a year to be spent, with some experts estimating that to achieve this goal, CO2 emission rights will be much bigger, which is in excess of 100 euros per 1 ton. So this will turn things around, not just for industrial companies, but it will change how local authorities operate, because many of the local authority companies do such business. So the nearest financial perspective is about to start with the biggest budget, 1.8 billion euros, of which, as Ms. Czerwińska mentioned, we know that 1/3 of the money will be spent on climate policy. And we've never spent so much money on this area. And we know that to get this done will involve more than just governments, because I think the majority of the efforts will be decentralized. And here's one thing. Up until now, local authorities were mostly using grants from the EU. That's cohesion policy, and the current perspective is not over yet, but we expect that some 4% will be revolving funds, and everything else will be grants. So that's 4 times more compared to the previous perspective, with just 1% of the allocation provided as a revolving instrument. Now, in the upcoming perspective, it's going to be at least doubled, so something in the range of 10%. But please note that the European recovery plan, of which our national recovery plan is part of, It's going to have both grants and non-grant support, and it will be split more or less 50-50. So this means that non-grant funding will be in the majority. And now the question, what can we do as financial institutions and as banks? I think we definitely should use not just grants, and I think we did pretty well with that. So that shouldn't be a problem going forward. But we should also make good use of non-grant instruments. So working together with the EBI should be very important. In the previous perspective, we had an instrument which was called FC, part of Juncker plan. It's now going to change, New Invest. It's not going to be very big, but it's the experience that we have from that instrument that will be now put to work as part of the European Recovery Plan. And so we, as financial institutions, we have very high hopes for that. Now already we are running many urban projects. And yes, I'll be honest, we have great relations with the city of Łódź. Recently we signed an agreement to issue almost 500 million zlotys worth of bonds. Some of it is just green bonds, and we have more and more bonds, such as sustainable GSE-related bonds or green bonds. So yes, bonds, that's a new instrument, which is now slowly being used more and more often in cities, not just the big ones, but medium size as well. We can also use this instrument to gain more capital. Local authorities will have to provide their own contribution. Not an easy thing to do as part of their budgets, because apart from that, they have many other projects where they have to provide their own contribution. So with this, we'll be able to help them. We finance all sorts of projects, starting with public transport, and this is really popular because it's both for the infrastructure on the ground and the vehicles, and we've seen this in Wrocław and in Śląsk. And it's clear that local authorities are now doing better, securing funds outside their organizations. And they don't rely on EU grants only, and this is so important. And the offer we have as banks, not just Bank Pekao S.A., but other banks as well, we have an offer for businesses and for individual customers. It is estimated that some 40% of the energy we consume is the energy we consume at home in our households. So there is no getting away from this, such as increasing energy efficiency. And some of those projects will be implemented by local governments for their communities, but a lot of times this will be people just applying for finance for their own purposes. Yes, and we're doing this already. I think it's safe to say that the entire banking sector in Poland is giving a good example in terms of financing of climate policy. And each bank, one way or another, supports their customers, both retail and business customers. But the end effect is not going to be as good as it should be or as it could be unless we get more help from the state.
It has to be a well-coordinated attempt and effort of people and institutions, which will simplify all the red tape, and it will work in a more agile way. So something has to be done really quickly, and you must not wait for 3 or 5 years to do that. We know the examples, we know the countries and the cities in Europe and worldwide, which has already commenced the process, and they have very good results. We may see what's happening there. So I do agree that in Poland we are doing a lot and the banking sector is making an effort, but it won't happen if the banking sector in itself will have to carry on all the burdens of this undertaking. We need, as far as I understand, over $1 trillion, so trillion American dollars annually, to be able to fund the climate policy worldwide. So just look at the amount of money. No Minister of Finance has that money. And you have right when you say that cooperation, just like we had before from Microsoft, he said that Microsoft gives products quickly, cheaply, and well, but you could choose between 2 things. Now you have to choose 3 products. How do you imagine it? Because I believe that we have touched upon a key aspect, how to combine different cultures of business, like the regional or national environmental protection fund. We have programs from that, but they have this red tape type of culture, and then we should have local governments and private business and banking, and the decisions need to be. And also decisions and choices of inhabitants have to be taken into consideration. Exactly what we are talking about today. It's on many, many levels. Like we heard before, when all the speakers, they were saying about it. And now we need to combine several points, at least several groups of interest. The European Investment Bank, it's a very special bank. It's a bank which, on one hand, is a bank, so they are looking for projects which would be bankable, which would bring profit to the bank. And we look at it from the perspective of feasibility study of each project. But on the other hand, it is a bank with unique targets or goals, public policy goals, which are goals of non-commercial, really. So the goals we are talking about, climate policy in cities, it is not something that we can appraise today in a hard way. The costs, these are the expenditures which have to be contributed and distributed along timeline, and they will have financially and results, but not only in finance aspect, also in the aspect of quality of life of people. So we tend to speak that it's a heritage of the future generations, and how to assess it. And what we are doing it in bank, we are looking at an investment project from economic criteria, so risk and profit today, but also we are looking at social, environmental, and management criteria. This triad, ISG. These are the guidelines which to us are important whenever investment decision is to be made. That's why we were looking at the roadmap, climate roadmap, which sets the directions, and for the bank, and we've taken certain responsibilities. We decided that by 2030 we'll mobilize over €1 trillion for climate goals and environmental goals, and by 2025, at least half of our portfolio of all the projects, those will be connected with climate and environment. And these are very serious involvements. But how to translate it into real life? Well, we work with our customers and partners. We get into investment project from the very beginning till the end. So from the scratch, when it's open, from the advisory stage, by financing and by finance engineering and selection of the tools until it has been delivered, which is really important. Whenever we talk about finance engineering, well, today the market, and we heard it in the previous panel, it is very liquid. We have good feedback of, well, we have good relation between monetary and fiscal policy, which gives a lot of options to finance investments, low cost of cap of equity, relatively good accessibility. But we need to say it, not everything is possible to be funded or financed from grant. Whenever we talk about long-term financing, then this engineering is really important. And there, together with the partners, we are wondering what's possible to be financed from grants, like the recovery instrument, and what should be financed from the loan. We're talking a lot about hard infrastructure, such as transport, like railway, roads, public transport. We have a lot of those in our portfolio, in our bank, but just want to highlight that the energy transition would not be possible without significant second pillar, namely digitalization, automation, digitalization of cities. Just look at lower emissions, administration, digital public services, which will contribute to energy consumption and into reduction of emissions. And here we'll be having instruments from the European Investment Bank where we invest programs like Energy Demo project, where the modern technologies and searching for new sources of energy and its distribution and storage are very important. Whenever we have high-risk projects, we can't possibly fund it from public funds. So here we see this clear role. Thank you very much. Well, I'm afraid we are running late, but this final question to you, Madam Mayor. If these, with all these burdens, are to be carried by the present inhabitants and the benefits will come in the next generation, how can you imagine cooperation with corporate banks? Well, first of all, we have to think about special support programs for the citizens. In majority, most of the emissions, these are emissions coming from heating of individual buildings. If most of the buildings then is not in thermal insulation, if they don't have modern infrastructure and access to central heating or modern boilers or other sources like renewable energy, then even if we build for public money, local government money, under any type of grants which we will be giving to people, then the question comes, who will be paying back the new sources of energy? As this is now awareness we need to face. This is a very long-term process. Well, I refer to my city, and energy poverty in my city is significant. Without support, we won't be able to make it, at least to that extent as planned. Thank you very much. We have not solved all the city problems, that's for sure, nor the climate funding. Thank you, the panelists. I want to thank panelists. Thank you, all the participants. And now I believe we will be having a break. Yes, thank you very much. We want to thank all the panelists. It was nice to have you here. Well, we have decided it was my fault this time issue. It's not Tusk to be blamed. You can take it off. And now we will be having parallel debates. They begin at 4:15 in Marco Polo and Baltic and Panorama. The debates will be equally interesting to everything what happened here. So please don't skip those. And we meet at dinner, Pick and Roll Club in Sopot from 7:20. The bus will be setting off from Sheraton. The dinner will begin at 8 o'clock. You need to take your badges to be let in. And the Pick and Roll Club looks like a forest opera, a little bit outside, a little bit inside. So take something warm for tonight. So please now join our parallel debate.